Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday to you. This is the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict. Thank you so much for being here. Looks like quite a few of you are already taking your seats in chat, and I appreciate that. Order in the court. Everyone sit down. Appreciate you guys being here. Let me appear on the screen. That'll be even better. I'm not sure if you noticed, but a couple things happened yesterday. First of all, I got a package from Sunshine Sunflowers. I went to the post office box, got a package, and she sent me some invisible string to hang a plaque on my wall, which was wonderful. Thank you so much, Sunshine Sunflowers. Because then all I had to do was ask the judge if I could nicely mount a plaque in the courtroom here, and he said yes. And so here I've got the other shoulder. I've got my plaque behind me now. It's awesome. Thank you so much. That plaque was made by Debbie over at the Creative Bee on Etsy. Thank you so much, Debbie. It looks great. I think it's a great addition to the courtroom. So that happened. Sorry, let me turn the music down here. We have a couple things to take care of first thing in the morning. First of all, first in chat this morning was Golden Mom. If I can find you here. There you are. Golden Mom says, hey, in chat, the first person in chat wins the internet every day. So Golden Mom, congratulations. You've won before. So you are a repeat winner. So congratulations on winning the internet today. Just go ahead and do your usual job, which is fantastic, and we'll all be happy. Good luck taking care of everything IP-related worldwide. Appreciate you, Golden Mom. We have a lot of people in chat, a ton of people. Normally I do roll call right now, but we have a very special guest who is joining us. Let me see if I can push all the right buttons here. There we go. We have Brandy from Brandi Churchwell, or from the Brandi Churchwell from the Churchwell charts. Brandy, your mic is live now, so anything you say can and will be held against me. And I will warn you. I will warn you, Brandy. The chat has the ability to trigger some sound effects. So occasionally there's some sounds in the background that happen. I'm going to turn them down a little bit because they can be a little unnerving if somebody starts cackling in the background when you're talking. Okay. By way of introduction, Brandy is the person who created the Churchwell chart. It's named after you. And back in the Alex Murdaugh case, as we were all in the weeds during the testimony. I mean, we're hearing days of testimony about banking transactions and cell phone pings and towers and timestamps and on vehicle trackers and stuff like that. We're underwater. We're like, would somebody please make sense of this? And you were in the same boat, but you actually did something about it. Tell us a little bit about how that came to be.
Yeah, so I went to school for psychology, and one of my favorite classes was it's data interpretation and visualization. So I was watching the trial with a friend of mine, and she lives in Charleston, so we kept texting back and forth, and I was going through the testimony, and I originally had out just a legal pad writing everything down, and it became too much. So I pulled out my laptop and put it on a spreadsheet. And then as I was watching testimony, I would just filter everything in, because if I could put it all in one place together, I thought I would do the middle column would be nothing but the data and the timestamps and, for different things. And then I could kind of separate it and, into different chunks and then build the story around it. So that's what I did. And I posted it in a Facebook group that I'm in, and somebody asked me to put it on Twitter. And I had never done a Twitter, so I put it on Twitter, and it just kind of went viral. And then I had Fitz News calling and asking for interviews and stuff. It was crazy. So my first tweet ever went viral.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
No.
I've been on Twitter for years, and you've many times as many followers as I have. It was fantastic. What you put together really was what everybody wanted. I think even the prosecutors wanted that, because it didn't make sense to them. Did they ever reach out to you? Did they see your chart? Do you know if they've seen it?
They have seen it. So I don't know if you, I don't remember what day it was. It was right before state's closing, but the day that when we came back from lunch, they had a change in the step data worksheet. Well, that was a mistake that I had found. So I had reached out to an attorney who I know is close with, who I've become friends with through the trial, who I know is close to them. And so she got the information to them and sent them the mistakes that I had found from SLED, and then the step data that I had found, and a copy of the chart. So
and then
crazy.
And then that next morning we heard that both the defense and the prosecution stipulated there was an error on the report, and that was you. That was you saying that was my chart that found that.
That was me. Yeah.
That is how was that a little nerve-wracking to be like, wow, I'm suddenly a lot closer to this trial than I thought I would be.
Yes. What was weird was when, some of the journalists who I've been listening to for, a year and a half, 2 years have started following me. And then like Mark Tinsley started following me. Dr. Kinsey started following me. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh my gosh, it was just, it's very surreal, because I'm just, this nobody from, Georgia. Well, I'm in Florida now, but I'm just, this nobody, and I have these people from this case that I've been following for so long follow me. So it was kind of, it's all been very surreal.
That is fantastic. When did this start for you? When did true crime, the passion for following court cases start for you? What was the very beginning?
Oh Lord, my mama used to watch Unsolved Mysteries when I was younger. I don't know if y'all remember that. The theme song, the da, 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 I still hear that in my head as an adult to this day. But she used to love true crime and unsolved mysteries and all that kind of stuff. So I started watching with her, and I've always been into it. I've always enjoyed, trying to follow it and trying to break. I'm very detail oriented, so I can watch something and I'll pick up on a lot of things that some people don't, which makes it, kind of miserable to watch some movies with me, because I can kind of pick out the ending based on little things.
I can never watch anything with you because you always want to pick it apart. No, that's awesome.
Yes.
That is a skill. That is, I'm thinking ahead. I'm looking at court cases that are coming up that your skill set would absolutely be phenomenal with. And obviously BK is like at the top of my list, just like, Koberger, we have the cell phone pings, we have all these different events, we have cameras all over the place at different intersections. That's going to take your skills. Are you already slated for working that case?
Yeah, I have, by popular demand, I have started on that one, and I have a lot of the data in a folder right now, and I've started going through it. There's so much. So that one's going to take a while. But I've started on that one a little bit. And then I've had a bunch of requests for the Delphi murders.
Right.
So I'm, I've kind of got my eye on that one too. And then of course, Lori Daybell, but that one is going to be a little bit, or Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, but that one's going to be a little bit different since it's not, televised, but I've been following that one for a long time too.
Don't get me started on that one. We have hard feelings about that judge's decision.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too, big time.
That is wonderful. What was if I can, you're following now the Zachariah Anderson trial, the one we're following today as well.
Yes.
We watched your video. Actually, I asked everyone to go follow you on my channel because I think you did such a good job summing up what happened. We started late on the trial as well, so we had to sort of catch up, and we did it by just speed watching everything. And I think we missed half the facts by doing that. But you put out a video, and in half an hour, you pretty much summed up 3-4 days of trial that really just gets you up to speed in this case. Is there anything that you've seen so far that was like this is the gotcha moment, the kennel video type moment? Is there anything in this case that's been that for you?
There's not a kennel video moment for me yet. Again, we're right here on a timeline where there's a nap involved, and so I'm having like Murdoch flashbacks, with I was asleep while it all happened. So looking at the timeline where everything major happened during the time when, there was no phone activity and he was asleep and, all that, it is suspicious, but I know, innocent until proven guilty. I think that there's not one specific aha moment, but there's so much build up to where, the fact that he took his daughter, to go spy on her, and, the recordings that we heard yesterday, I was watching your stream yesterday, and the recordings that we heard where he even said something about, I'm never going to be able to let you go, just that level of intensity it's alarming. So I think a lot of that buildup is, not looking good for him.
So comparing this trial to the one we just watched with Alex Murdaugh, there were moments where a lot of the community here felt that the lawyers, both on prosecution and defense, could have done a lot better. There were objections to be made that they didn't make, and there could have been more. This trial is like the other way. There are more objections than we've seen everywhere, and it's spicy. They're both the prosecution and defense are great lawyers. And it's I'm almost more interested in the battle between them than the facts of the case. Are you seeing that in this case at all?
I saw somebody on your chat yesterday say that those lawyers are not going to go get Panda Express together after a trial is over. And I can kind of, I see that it is fiery. Something that one of the very first things I thought when I saw this was, I thought, just from a legal defense standpoint, I thought it is so smart for him to have a female defense attorney because, and I know that this is kind of like a trigger point for some people, but if you've ever been, in a situation where you've been, a victim of domestic violence, or you've been, a victim of stalking, anything like that, I think having a male attorney, specifically just, male attorney would have been more difficult. I think that having a female attorney represent him, I thought that's a really smart move. But there are also a couple moments where, she's feisty and she does a good job for defense. She does a good job, but there are a couple moments, especially yesterday watching the cross-examination, where I was like, oh, well, that's a little, it's a little hard to see sometimes. So it's interesting watching, but they're both doing a good job.
I think today's going to be more of that. I think we saw in the opening statements, first of all, with defense, they almost got it to a mistrial point by the whole Denny argument thing, by pointing the finger of blame at Sadie. And I know the judges ruled on this, but they're going to work as close to that line as they can. And they're only going to know when they're at the line by the objections that are made by the other side. So we're basically going to get sort of a reenactment of the defense opening statements, blaming Sadie for the murder. And so that's going to get spicy today. It's going to get probably a little fiery. And for those people that are very sympathetic to the witness, which a lot of us are, the situation she was in, they're going to really not like the defense attorney today. She's not going to be on your favorite people list because she's really going to push every button she can to break her down. But man. Yeah. Crazy. So are you putting some together for this channel as well, other than the video, or do you have like a secret notebook there on your desk with facts and figures and timestamps?
I do have a little folder for this one, and it has a timeline. I have not been as involved in the timeline with this one as I was with the Murdaugh trial. So I know they went over a lot of data yesterday. I was kind of in and out yesterday, so I would have to, pause and then come back and pause and come back. So I didn't get all of the stuff, but I know that the timeline as far as months out was not quite as critical. Everything's pretty much, put my dog down, sorry. Everything's pretty much, agreed upon up until that moment. So my timeline that I have right now going is basically just involved in those, about the hour and a half before he fell asleep, if he allegedly fell asleep, and then, up until right after it happened. And then, of course, the next morning with the, 418 Walmart, Google and
parking to clear out in the
all
parking
that kind
lot.
of stuff. So,
I will say the defense has a lot of obstacles in their path. There are things that don't look good. I mean, some of it's pure circumstantial. The blood, they're going to have a really good explanation for that blood, and I think they will. I think they'll have a good story for that. But it's going to be fantastic to watch. Brandy, thank you so much for making the Churchwell chart. First of all, I can't wait to see what you do in the future. We've got a link to your YouTube channel here on the video description. I'd highly recommend anyone who's interested in true crime and wants the facts and the details just spelled out in a simple, clear way that we can all understand. Give her a follow. She's got some great work. You've got Twitter as well. We've got your Twitter here. If I can put it up on the screen. I think it's right here. There we go. It's just Brandy and Church, right? at Brandi and Church on Twitter. So you can follow there, where she's very active as well. Thank you so much. Is there anything you wanted to say to anybody or shout out to people? I'm not sure if you got any friends watching.
Your people are the best. Yesterday, when I checked my YouTube channel, I had so many people who were, like, oh, recovery addict, sent me over here, checking you out. So, and it was funny because I didn't get to watch the stream live. So I was getting all of those notifications before I actually got to watch. So then I came on and watched and I was like, oh, this is why they're all, coming to me. So, but your listeners are great. That was amazing because I had so many of them that came and supported me, and my numbers jumped yesterday, so that was really cool.
That's awesome. We've got to get you over 1,000. That's the first benchmark, and it'll just grow from there because you're doing a great job.
I'm close.
You were so close. I didn't check to see where you are this morning. I think you were at 5:30 when we started. So we'll
I'm
get
at
you.
I think I was 8:12 this morning or something like that.
Oh, you're so close. That'll be awesome. Well, Brandi, I don't know what your day looks like. It's probably busy, so I appreciate you taking some time out and joining us here this morning. This is what I think is the best place, the best community to watch true crime, because the community here is awesome. Obviously, they love you. You're great. Yeah. You're welcome on here anytime. I look forward to hearing you in the future. All right?
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you so much, Brandi, for coming on. Appreciate that. She is absolutely incredible. I sort of twisted her arm, and I realized I used all of you to convince her to come on. I appreciate that. Brandi's done great work. I can't wait to see what she does, not only in this case, but in the BK case as well. She's able to take that data and just crunch it down in a way that we can all understand, and it's amazing. Weather Watch says she's up to 850 now. That's awesome. Hopefully we'll get her to 1,000 today. That would just be awesome. But appreciate Brandi coming on. We have a little bit of time before court starts this morning. We've got about 40 minutes. I apologize. I've missed a whole bunch of chat, including a super chat from Samantha Terry. Thank you so much. She says, let's welcome Brandi Churchwell to the channel. Good morning. I probably should have clicked that one first, Samantha. I do apologize, but thank you very much for that and giving Brandi a warm welcome. It's just awesome. I appreciate her coming on. Let's see. Where were we? We were... Yes, that was Brandi on the monitor. That was her. Looks great. You could see Brandi. Oh, you could see up there before she was live. I saw. Now I understand what you're talking about. Let's see. The plaque looks brilliant. Thank you very much, Creative B. That is awesome to have you here, and awesome to have that plaque in the background. Okay, it's much better than the Murdaugh painting. Who said that? Who said it's much better than the Murdaugh painting in the courtroom? I saw it as it scrolled by, but I can't find it again. Okay, we're all here, I think. I think everybody is present. They're scrolling through. The court today is going to start out, we're not sure, it may start out with a new witness. They might actually interrupt Sadie's testimony because Sadie has I believe it's a babysitter issue. She can't get childcare for her kids to be here at 9 o'clock, but she could be here by 9:30, so it's close. I'm not sure if the judge is going to ask them to go ahead and fill that time because we are behind. We did have a snow day already. The judge had told the jury that it was probably going to be about a 2-week trial. We're past that now, and the state still hasn't finished their case. So I'm sure as we move forward, the judge is going to be more and more mindful of the time and how long this is taking, and try to speed things up in every aspect except for when he's explaining things. He's going to explain things as slowly and meticulously as he always does. That's just his style. I'm sure he's looking at the counsel tables for the blame as far as why we're late and not his. But okay, Cyber says, sorry I missed the start of this interview. It will be available on replay. It'll be available on replay. Awesome. I think naps are the real killer here, says Matthew. Yeah, every time that somebody takes a nap, somebody dies. And we saw it in Alex Murdaugh's case. We see that now in Zachariah's case. Somebody's taking a nap, bad things happen. Does Brandi run a business to do her timeline work? Cyber, that was a great question. I probably should have asked her. I don't know. Her link. Oh, there's her link right there. Thank you, Katrina, for getting that. Good morning, John Blake from in Scotland. Welcome. Good to have you here. Let's see. Today is Red Hair Alert Day for me mentally. Woke up feeling overwhelmed and I'm a mess. Send reassurance and hugs, please. Cachette. I don't know where I added Red Hair Alert. Red Alert Day. The Red Alert. Please have a safe day. If there's anything we can do, let us know. But you've definitely got our support. We've got your back. You can do this, Cachette. It's going to be awesome. I need water. That's what I need. I knew I was missing something. I have the red mug today. And I have one room in my house that's not heated. It was an addition that was built onto the house probably in the 60s or 70s, which was a long time ago because the house was built in 1915. But the room is not heated, so that's where we store our drinking water. So it's like naturally refrigerated when it's cold in the morning like this. So here's your ASMR warning. It's happening now. All right, now we can begin. Let's see. Court is still not in session. We don't have a video stream quite yet. Cold water is delicious. I'm a big fan. All right. There was something else. There was something else I knew I was forgetting. Today is Pie Day. And so I went out to the store and I bought a Marie Collander's chocolate, I think it's like chocolate cream pie. It's still in the shrink wrap to protect it from me, basically. But I think I'm going to consume this at some point during the day and possibly the whole thing, just in honor of Pie Day. As long as my kids and my wife don't know that I open it, I can probably get most of it consumed myself. But as soon as they know it's open, it will be gone. It's still thawing. I think it's still a little frozen in the middle, so we'll have to give it some time. Let's see. Matthew Harris says, Brandy is right. Unfortunately, you have to consider gender when cross-examining certain witnesses because guys and gals can get away with different tones and impressions. Really do matter. Let's see. We want to watch the Daybell trial. Yes, we do. Just trying to catch up on chat because I wasn't watching. What breed of dog was it? Show us the dog. She showed me briefly. I believe it's a small one. Brandy, if you're still listening, you're going to have to post a picture of your dog on Twitter so I can share it. I should have had you show us the dog. Yorkie. Is it Yorkie? I think it is a Yorkie. Amanda, yes, you're right. I don't know my dog breeds very well, but it was a cute little dog. And she said it would bark if it wasn't on her lap, but it was well behaved throughout the entire interview. Let's see. Welcome, Inquisitive Room. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you being here. Following you both now. Wonderful, Amanda Kay. Hopefully you'll have some great content from the both of us. I'd like to see Brandy get to 1,000. I think that's just a benchmark. That's awesome. Okay, 848 now. I think I'm scrolling back. I'm a little behind in chat. Lost Souls Paranormal says, I'm here, but in lurk mode whilst I do some chores. It's awful when real life gets in the way of our true crime addiction. Lost Souls Paranormal. But it's good. I did want to say, I've had a couple people reach out to you. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful, Brandy. I see you in chat. I've had a couple people reach out to me on the burner phone. Just know that I'm always available on the burner phone. You can reach out via text just about any time, and odds are I'll probably answer the phone too if you call. I like to be available for you. I've had a number of people reach out and in chat, and these are people that we chat with every day that are, just a key part of chat that would not be the same without them there, that are going through some really heavy things personally in their life. Many of them didn't want to share the details with everybody, but they have asked just for your thoughts and prayers. So just be mindful. Our community here, there's, we have a lot of fun together, but a lot of people come here for an escape from some pretty heavy stuff they're dealing with. So just, I appreciate you guys being considerate to each other, just recognizing that the person you're chatting with and maybe have a disagreement with might be dealing with something that's pretty hard that we would not want to handle ourselves. So appreciate you all doing what you do here. Keith Neal says, good morning, my new people. Love this place. Plops into my beanbag chair. Keith, welcome. Good to have you here. Angela Miller as well. Thank you so much. Angie says, I have 2 pies, lemon and cherry. Yum, yum. That's a great way to start pie day. My kids, when I say it's pie day, I think pie, P-I-E. Well, they think P-I, and they go off and they start rattling off all the digits of pi. And I think they've got it memorized like 20-something characters, digits or something. And I'm good till like 3.141592 something. That's about where I fade off. But mathematically, I think 3.14 is good enough. Welcome, Ivan. Good to have you here. Thanks for the chat last night. No, I appreciate you calling, man. Good to hear that your kids finally got on that flight to Florida as well. After the 38 hours of delay. That is crazy. Can cheesecake pass as pie? Yes, it can, as long as it's the same shape. You have to make it in a round pan, and it's good to go. I almost got a cheesecake pie yesterday. They sell them in the same section, so they must be pie. Let's see. I own a bakery, sell a lot of pies. Today is the day, Marilyn. You're going to be busy. I'd love to see some pictures as well, if you've got some pictures of pies to send to the burner phone, because food pictures are always appropriate on the burner phone. We love calling time. No need to be scared or nervous. Source. Yes, we can probably do that if somebody needs to talk this morning or would like to talk, because we're waiting for trial to start. We've got plenty of time. Do you recall the final amount raised on the GoFundMe, says Bite Me? I think we got to 1,810, 1,820, 1,850, somewhere around there. It was just under, I know it was over $1,800 that we raised for the Hassan family down there in Texas. Let's see, they're officially in Florida, sleeping, I imagine. Hopefully getting some good vacation time. Let's see. Shirley, pizza qualifies as pie. Yes. In some parts of the country, Scott, pizza is referred to as pie. And I'm not joking. It's a pie. So that will accept any pizza references today as well. Put strawberries on top, you can call it strawberry cheese pie. Fun fact, 22.7 is a good fraction to use as a rough value for pie. 22 divided by 7. I appreciate that fun fact. I probably, if I remember correctly from my geometry days, pi is the number of times the diameter of a circle will wrap around a circle. Is that correct? Am I remembering this properly? My geometry teacher would both be mortified and proud of me at the same moment right now that this is going on. But let's see. Tag says, just great. Now I got to torture myself buying a cream silk pie and eating every piece. Oh, the agony. Tag, take one for the team and do it. It's for Pie Day. It's for the betterment of the country. You owe us at least that. Hope you do enjoy the pie. Brandy said, I didn't realize how many people wanted to see the dog Lucy. And of course they do. Yes, they want you back on just to see Lucy. We can definitely do that. That was a lot of fun. I appreciate you coming on, Brandy. Let's see. I'm making my mom's Scottish meat pie for tea time, and yes, we'll even have pie for dessert. So pie followed by pie. You can't get much better than that. Lex Luthor, 3.14159. That's good enough. As a matter of fact, I think that's better than most of the ones I use. Okay, no video yet from that. Dutch apple with vanilla cream ice cream. I think we need to vote. We need a pie vote. Some sort of poll. I'm trying to see, start a poll. I'm not sure if I have enough options here. We'll divide it. In honor of Pie Day, we're going to do a couple polls. So the winner of the first poll will go on to the next poll in each one. So we're going to start with apple because that's just a common one. And I'm going to throw it right up against pizza because I'm all about the battle. Pizza. Chocolate in any variety. Get ready for your poll. This is probably the most important poll you've ever participated in. Let's see. What's I'll throw the other one I got. Banana. Banana. There we go. Okay, so our first poll is up. We're going to vote on pies. We're going to find a winner and find out which pie we collectively think is best over all the others. Okay. Bella says, good morning, everyone. I was over at Brandy's channel after Scott's shout out, laugh out loud. I put the burner phone number in comments there. And she was, I'll have to replay. She's great. Yes, she is. Fantastic. Appreciate her coming on, especially on short notice. Thought they were starting at 9. They're starting at 9, but they're starting at 9 their time. They're an hour after us. So we started at 9, then we get an hour together to discuss and catch up and answer any questions we have before we start. Stephanie Willis says, now you got me wanting to go buy pie. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, there's probably still time, depending on how far your trip is to the store, to run and get back before the judge shows up. Y'all are making me hungry. It's only 7:30 in the morning. Good news for all of you. Not sure if you noticed this, but who was it? The guys that put the nutrition labels on, like the FDA or whoever it is, they've actually announced that today only that calories are not going to count for any pie you consume. I thought it was rather generous of them. So go ahead and consume without shame because they don't count today. So that was nice. Here hiding from the stock market, Keith. Oh no, I realize there's been some crazy news in the stock market, especially with the SV Bank, Silicon Valley Bank. Also one up in New York. I think this last week we heard from one of our users here that their bank had closed down. And anytime that happens, they're just shudders go through the financial market, and sometimes those shudders end up in some people making a lot of money, and sometimes people lose a lot of money at the same time. So hopefully you're all on the making money side if that's the game you play. And it is a game. You know it's a game. Strawberry rhubarb. Okay, we're going to go ahead and end this one on the poll. If you haven't voted, get your vote in right now. Chocolate is an option than chocolate. Chocolate always wins, says Lost Souls. Van, good to have you here. Welcome. Cheesecake is actually the best pie. Cheesecake's going to be on the next. It's going to be up against whatever pie wins in this one. Thank you very much, Samantha Terry, for gifting 5 memberships. If you have not yet turned on the gift membership option, you might want to go up and click on that little 5. I think you click on the gifted membership button, and it will give you some options. You can click through and get to change the settings on this channel, and you can receive gifts on this channel. You have to manually select it. It doesn't turn on by default. But if you would like to be in the running to win a membership, you have to set that up. Looks like Cindy Lou, Keith B. Jewell, Sharon Connett, Ryan and Suzanne Holm were gifted a membership by Samantha Terry, and then that was Samantha Terry, and then Suzanne followed immediately with another 5. Let's see, those went to Janet Geel, Joelle Fisher, Wonder Twin DD, Cupcake, and Tree Cycled. All gifted memberships by Suzanne. Thank you both for your generous donations, and to all the new members, please know that you now are able to type !seat in chat and move up to the front row where we've saved a seat for you. Thank you very much. Appreciate both of you for your support, Suzanne and Samantha Terry. Bank runs could be devastating. I'm just worried about retirement, aren't we all? Thanks for the words. Yeah, that's the weird thing about this. I know we're not a financial channel, but the reason the bank fails is because everyone loses faith in it, right? The way the bank works, they loan out money to make money. And so they take your money and they loan it out. If everybody who put their money in is worried that they won't get their money back out and says, hey, I want to withdraw my money, the bank fails because they're loaning out money. If everyone just calms down and says, hey, I don't need this money, but everyone has to do it, right? Because if one guy doesn't, then he's the one that loses. The bank generally can be just fine, but... Okay, I'm not a financial expert. Please don't take my advice. We're going to end the poll now and see that pizza has made a strong showing. Pizza made a really strong showing, as a matter of fact. Let's see here. Came in as 32%. It's tied. It's tied at the last minute. Apple and pizza are 32%, which means I need to include them in the next poll as well. Chocolate, 22%. Banana cream, 13%. So now apple and pizza have to go up against something else. We need a runoff. Oh my goodness. Okay. So now we have to decide what goes against apple and pizza. So we have apple, pizza, not apple pizza because that would just be gross. But apple pizza, we had cheesecake we wanted to put in there. Pumpkin. Oh, I saw pumpkin. Pumpkin should have been in the first one as well. All right. Round 2, begin. Cherry's always good. Blueberry. I will eat pizza over anything ever on any day. Alexis, I love pizza as well. The best thing about pizza is hot, cold, doesn't matter. Any meal of the day, pizza is good for. Cold pizza in the morning is part of this nutritious breakfast that will get you going for the day. It's great. Mr. Opertorsos, now's the time to vote for your pumpkin pie. It's in there. And ignore Pie Day. No. Not ignore Pie Day. We can't do that. Strawberry cream. 80s Music Man calls us heathens. Sweet potato pie. I'm in the South. I should definitely put sweet potato and pecan in there, or pecan, depending on where you live. I've got a neighbor who just might shoot me if I pronounce pecan pie wrong. He's that adamant about how it's pronounced. Lemon meringue. We're gonna have polls going forever. Still holding out for a strawberry rhubarb. Michelle, that's a dark horse for me. The rhubarb, I had a rhubarb crumble when I was over in England, and I understand it's a traditional treat, I guess you could say, dessert. I use that term loosely, but I could not put enough sugar on that to make that be something I would want to eat. It was a bit unique. Maybe it's an acquired membership or an acquired taste. I read membership. My brain can only do one thing at a time, and clearly lemon pie. Divide the survey by cream pies and fruit pies. I wish you guys could run the polls, honestly. I wish I could delegate that to one of the mods and have them make polls for me, but it won't let me do that for some reason. Let's see. It's an exclusive club. Strawberry rhubarb is the bomb, says Katie 214. Rhubarb crumble is vile. I'm with you, Lost Souls. I really am. That one, it was served to me. I was actually at a house. It was weird. I remember the house. It was right next to a little gypsy camp over in England. The gypsies were camped down by the river, and it's really cool to see gypsies, and they're in their wagons and things like that. And it was interesting to see them. But all the neighbors are like, they steal everything. I'm like, I don't have any firsthand knowledge of that, but that's what the neighbors thought. The neighbors didn't like him being there. But I'm in there. We have this dessert. The father of the home has this amazing saltwater fish tank, and he showed that off. And we have this dinner. I forget what it was for dinner, but he brings out the rhubarb crumble dessert. And I'm like, why would anyone willingly eat this? I ate the whole thing because that's what I do. But that was interesting. Anyway, neither here nor there. We have about 18 minutes before the judge is in, so we've got to get our pie votes done soon. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up right now. If you're not a cheesecake fan and you have not voted, now is the time to vote, because cheesecake currently is leading with a 35%, which I'm okay with, personally. I really am. Let's see. Deer proofing is... Oh, I'll turn the sounds up. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I had them down. It's very sour. Someone found out how to turn a giant weed into food, so color me, I'm impressed, said Mr. Obertorso. Pie reminds me of my dad. He loved pie, grew up in an orphanage and never had pie as a child. Went to the military at 17. My mom baked him a pie every week. That is awesome. Carol, that's a cool family story. I hope you have that written down and share details of that. I'm a big fan of this. As a matter of fact, Mrs. R.A. and I were talking this morning about the importance of writing down some of these memories, these family memories and things that happen. If you have those memories, write them down. My first foray into anything with a video camera professionally was starting a company called Looking Back Video, and that company failed miserably, like a complete nosedive, never made a profit. The only video I ever made was I made two. I made one for my own family as a demo, okay, because I did it for my mom, and then I made another video for a friend from work who wanted to tell the story about his mom and growing up. And that was an absolutely incredible video. I went out and interviewed her, and she told stories about growing up in the most appalling conditions. And they had photographs. They had pictures of them as kids, and just these black and white pictures. It just came alive, and I made this video, and it was absolutely incredible. The problem is the amount of work that went into that, I could never charge for. I would have to charge thousands of dollars, and the people that wanted these videos couldn't afford it. So I had a product that people wanted, but they couldn't afford, and I couldn't produce it for less than that because of how much time it took. And, company crash, burn. But love the memories. James Peacock.
James Peacock just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Great. Love the fist bump. Thank you very much. I love the action super stickers. Thank you very much for your support, James. And for the cackle bite me that came in right at the same time. My cousin returning home from Vietnam, all he wanted was my mother's apple and cherry pies. So she made 10 pies for his homecoming.
No dead horse go unbeaten.
The poll isn't working. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll, says Debbie, if there's problems with it. It looks like, according to my calculations, cheesecake might be in the lead here. Surprisingly, beat out pizza. Cheesecake 35, pizza 27, pumpkin 18, apple 18. So now cheesecake has to go up against rhubarb. That should be an easy battle. I don't have faith in rhubarb, and nor do I know how to spell it, because we might have another problem there. It's hard because I have to use the B button on my keyboard, which does not want to work. So we have cheesecake in first position. Somebody said blueberry. Baked Alaska. What is baked Alaska? I'm putting it in here, Tag, just because you put it in here, and I know you wouldn't lead me astray. Peach, says DMB. Baked Alaska. Peach. And we need a fourth option. Lemon meringue. Miss Chris, I see you put lemon meringue. That's the first one I saw. I realized there's some other ones like rhubarb that we need to get in here eventually. Okay. Next one's up as we wait for the judge to come in. We're getting the important work done right now, you guys. This is the stuff that matters on Pi Day. No, really, this is why we're here. Banana cream, we'll have to get that one. Okay, remember this for the next poll. Blackberry, pecan. Oh, pecan. I need pecan. Laura, Cajun girl. I realize we have strong representation here from the southern United States on this channel. Key lime. There are a lot of pie options. And I'm going to make every one of you go out and buy one after all this talk. Baked Alaska's ice cream covered in meringue and then cooked. Ice cream on pie crust covered with meringue and toasted. That's pretty good. That sounds delicious. I think I've even tried that before. What happened to rhubarb? Sandy Fields, I need somebody to type it out for me so I can copy and paste, because I will not be able to spell rhubarb, let alone type it, because it has two B's in it, and my keyboard does not do B's very well. Oreo pie. Can't go wrong there. French silk. Don't forget cherry. Baked Alaska crab. Can you have a crab pie? I guess you could. So like a chicken pot pie. Rhubarb disappeared.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Pickle pie. We're going to have to speed this up. Okay. I think we've got a strong winner already. We're going to go ahead and end this poll here in about 10 seconds. Rhubarb, says Lost Souls. Okay, I'm gonna try to keep that on the screen. Where's that? Rhubarb. Okay, so I can copy and paste. Okay, so we're gonna end this poll because, quite frankly, cheesecake won hands down. We've got 54% of the vote came in with cheesecake. 28% lemon meringue, 12% peach. Baked Alaska got no love with only 4%. So let's go ahead and start the next poll. Cheesecake is still in the mix. Pie is best, so cheesecake is our forerunner. Okay, and then rhubarb. Here we go. Rhubarb, copy and paste. So I spell it right. As I go ahead and spell it wrong anyway. Rhubarb. Pecans going in here. And the last one was, oh man, White Rabbit Chaser with shepherd's pie. Let's see. Strawberry. What's the last one? I'm looking for a good one to fill in spot number 4. I'm looking. We've already eliminated chocolate. It had a strong showing. Banana cream. I think I did banana cream already. Key lime. Key lime is great. Let's see, who was that? Ann Rutherford. Thank you, for the key lime suggestion. Okay. Let's see if anything can beat out cheesecake. I think I spelled rhubarb wrong again. But I don't know who I copied and pasted it from. Weather Watch, vote for your key lime, Thomas. It's up there. Let's see if anybody supports you in that. We do have a little bit of action coming from the courtroom now. At least we have the seal up, so we know that the courts, I spelled it correctly. It's underlined on my screen, like my computer doesn't think it's right. Should have put strawberry rhubarb. Suzanne, there's a point where you just can't add anything to a bad dish and make it good. Strawberries are good, but I have a hard time saying that they would overcome the rhubarb in the rhubarb pie. Seems like a cheat for the cake to be in a pie contest. I realize it, but it's sold in the same section. I mean, in the grocery store, you go to buy a pie, and the cheesecake's right there in the midst of it. And clearly, the grocery stores wouldn't get them wrong. I held out the strawberries. Do you think it would really perform better, the rhubarb pie, if I put strawberry in front of it? Do you think it would be enough to take down cheesecake, which is winning? Because remember, we had pizza in here as well. So, I mean, we have, our definition of pie was pretty broad today. Sunshine Sunflowers, thank you so much. Yes, it did arrive. The plaque is hanging in the courtroom. Ooh, something's happening. Someone's playing with the camera. And they are just playing. Watch, they're just going to pan over to the jury box here. Here we go. There's the jury box. So, I don't know, Sunshine Sunflowers, I don't know if I had said that before. I didn't know you knew I needed that. And I was looking desperately for a fishing line. But I appreciate it. It showed up. It was perfect. It was right on time. I was able to get the plaque hung. The judge was okay with me modifying the courtroom a little bit. Yay, let's clap for the audio guy. Let's hear it, audio guy. As they're just syncing their audio and video up to this morning.
Bring the jury.
Okay. Chrissy is saying rhubarb crumble. Now that's amazing. I don't know. I told you my experience with that. Maybe it's an acquired taste. We did vote out apple. It lost fairly early on. Also a good showing, but there must be a shoe fly pie, for example. Joe, thanks for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. There's the terrible audio guy. Hey, you know, he's the guy actually on the phone is the video guy, and the gentleman in the checkered shirt is the audio guy. Okay, we're about ready to wrap this one up. Cheesecake is still winning, and it's not by a small margin. Looks like cheesecake came in with 50%, key lime 23, pecan 17, and rhubarb with a lowly 8. A lowly 8, which is also, it's almost like an also ran type thing. I was once in such a small town courthouse once. They had folding chairs in the jury box. I knew I had to plead out and get out of there quick when I saw that. Oh man, folding chairs. That's pretty bad. Okay. What happened to French silk? Let's do one more, but we need to agree on the contents. Not apparently cherry needs to be in there. Did I not do cherry before? Okay, so
cherries.
We're gonna do cherry for Lee. I thought I had it already, but I'll put it in now. So we have to have cheesecake, which I think might be the winner. Cherry is going in there. Shepherd's pie, DMB, I'm going to put that one in since it's a little bit of an outsider, but it has the name in there. I do love shepherd's pie. Never had it till I went to England, and never had it as good as I had it over there. So shepherd's pie in there as well. Coconut cream, Joe Laundry, great suggestion there. Coconut cream. Okay, so I can only do 4 at a time, so here we go. Mince pie, no love for mince meat pie. We'll put that on the next one. Casey Jones. We're going to find the winner, and we'll see the favorite pie of all of True Crimeville. Shepherd's pie was okay, but it's not. It's neck and neck. It's between shepherd's pie and cheesecake right now. It is so close, and I have not voted. I don't think I can vote. No, I can't vote. Bummer. I thought I could cast like the tiebreaker, but that is not an option. Lemon meringue. Apple is good. Apple got voted out on the first round. It lost to. What did it lose to? I have to go back and look at the scores. Oh, man. MK, are you cooking, and what time should we come over? That's my question. Boston cream. Chicken pot pie. We'll need that one in the next one. Dirt. Mud pie. This one is a tighter race so far. It is really, really close. It's neck and neck. Is mincemeat really meat? Says Maisla. What's my favorite? So many of these are so good. I bought a chocolate cream pie. I bought a banana cream pie. Both of those were Marie Callender's brand because I'm a big fan of Marie Callender's pies. It's hard to beat a warm slice of pumpkin. Have I had pumpkin on here? Did we do pumpkin at all? It's hard to beat a warm slice of pumpkin pie with the whipped cream on top. I should have. We need Brandy to keep track of all the pies that I've done. I've done a test on. Man, somebody needs to keep track of all this data. I did do pumpkin. Okay, so my pumpkin lost then. I prefer pumpkin pie cold. Also delicious. Power went out. What's happening with court? Kathy, we're just waiting. I believe the judge should be in the next 4 minutes or so. The audio guys are just getting everything set up. Hopefully better than yesterday. It was painful to listen to. That's the only thing I don't like about this trial is that the audio system is. They're in an old building. There's a lot of air handler noise. I'll say that. A lot of these buildings, even though it's not actively heating or cooling, or maybe in this case it is actively heating, the fan just runs all the time. Tag says, stop calling us Pumpkin. We all have separate pet names, just saying. Yesterday we did have some pet names for in trial as well. Bear was the pet name. I think you need to put Pizza back in for the finale. Pizza did a good showing. There's I'll make a Churchwell chart for the pie references. Thank you, Brandy. It's going to be very complex, and we'll probably have to have some graphs as well. Let's see. How many days left in this trial do you think? Actually, Big Sky DMC, great question. The judge yesterday asked the same thing of the lawyers at the end of the day. He said, look, I told the jury 2 weeks, and here we are in the waning hours, was his words, the waning hours of these 2 weeks. And we're, where are we at? What do I tell them? I've got to tell them something. And what we heard was that the state will probably rest by Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon. and that defense will be done by Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning. So we've got another solid week. I think a solid week of trial, and then it goes to the jury. I don't know how long the jury's going to deliberate. I would guess this is going to be a fairly short deliberation with probably less than 8 hours. So less than a day of deliberation. But that might be over like an evening and a couple hours in the morning type thing. That's just my gut feel. Yes, we need pie charts. That's what we need. How did I miss that reference? Judge is hoping next Tuesday. The judge was hoping like now. He would like to be done right now, I think. He's mindful of the jury. He could really care less. Obviously the defendant has nothing else on his schedule. He's available all day, every day. The witnesses, that's an issue. You've got to have these witnesses on standby, ready to go. But it's the jury who has to be there every day. Who legally they don't have an option. They are compelled to attend. It's their civic duty, and it's a burden on them. And that's what he's most mindful of. Let's go ahead and end this poll because court's going to start here soon. Cheesecake came in at 41%, shepherd's pie 25%, cherry 18%, and coconut cream 14%. So cheesecake has been a big winner. Do we want to do one final poll? Pumpkin with toasted marshmallows.
Kick back, taking it easy.
Oh, that's good. Who's taking it easy? Kevin's taking it easy. Thanks, Kevin. Cheesecake cheats. Like shredded taco cheese. What was that? That's not a pie. That's not a thing. Cheese on apple pie, I think, is us New Yorkers started that. It is a thing. I prefer the scoop of vanilla ice cream myself. Is it like a cheddar? Like shredded cheddar on apple? I've never had apple and cheese before that I can think of mixed. How do you guys do this on the phone all the time? Much respect. Kathy, are you watching on a phone? A lot of people are watching on a computer or have the video going on a TV, and then they're also on a like an iPad or something to chat from. I forgot it was Pie Day. Well, we reminded you, Lady Writer. We've given you plenty of options to taste from, to test from, to choose from. Let's see. Cheese, yuck. Taco pie, yes. Cheddar. I'm not sure. Cheese and apple. I mean, I'd be willing to try it, Colby. But final round. May the best pie win. What goes in the final round, Alexis? Obviously, we're probably going to put the best performers up to this point in the final poll as court's about to begin. Which pie is best with a B, best overall? This is the one pie to rule them all question. We are going to have the cheesecake on there because it's performed the best so far. I'm going to put pizza back in there because it made such a good showing. Pizza must return. Let's see. Any other strong showers? I realize pecan, we've got some strong support for pecan, but it did not get over that 25% mark in the voting. Homemade apple pie. Okay, with that caveat, the homemade apple pie, I think it has a good chance of winning. Homemade apple, and we've got one more slot. It can't be rhubarb. Rhubarb didn't work. Moon pies. That's really might put Little Debbie's in there as well. I mean, if we go that route. Let's see. I've got one more slot for the final one. Cheesecake cheated, says Laura. Apple's All American. We could do. We've got a very diverse viewership all over the world, really. Apple crumble. Man. Shepherd's pie. What is shepherd's pie? Oh my goodness. Shepherd's pie is a dinner dish. It's like a main course dinner dish. I'd love to have somebody provide a recipe for me in chat for it. Which one tied in the beginning? I don't remember, Ben. We can send the AT&T Optic installers a knuckle pie for busting a water pipe and flooding my yard for over 2 weeks now. Just asking. That sounds awful. The good news is you can now get fiber optic internet. The bad news is you don't have water, and you have a lake in your yard. Okay, so the last one, blueberry. Do we want to do blueberry? Lemon meringue. I'm seeing a lot of votes for lemon. Homemade upside down pineapple dump cake. That's just cheating. That's just too good. Hamburger, corn, potato. These are ingredients in shepherd's pie. French silk. Chili. Okay, I need a definitive. I'm seeing some blueberries. What's the last one that goes in there? Peanut butter pie, sour cream raisin, mud pie, banana cream. How about just plain fruit pie? Fruit pie, I like this, Donna. Basically, if you think fruit is better than cheesecake, pizza, or, well, we've got homemade apple as well. That's the problem. So you're gonna split the vote between those two. Let's do lemon meringue. Is that a good one? Just do blueberry, says Dan. I'll do blueberry. We haven't done that one yet. Okay. There it is. I think this is our final one as we wait for the judge to show up. Watching the voting happen, and cheesecake took the first vote, but it's losing. It's losing ground slowly. Bacon pie. Oh, man after my own heart. Who said bacon? Who said bacon? Adam Nusky. Yes. Bacon goes on everything. We are doing this in honor of Pi Day. Today is March 14th, or 3/14 on the calendar, which is 3.14 pi. It's is it also is it Einstein's birthday, or it's a very smart scientist's birthday who's no longer with us. I think it's Einstein's, but in honor of that, we're talking about pie. We're talking about bacon, which is always appropriate. But BP. Minnie Pearl says, always late to class. Shoot, good morning. Good to have you, Minnie Pearl. I hope your day is going great. Court's going to start here soon. Okay. Let's see. Mods, we might have an issue here. Just 1 second. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. We are going to fix that guy. Let's see. Apple pie, cheesecake pie. Sandra, I realize we're cheating here. We've also had pizza in the mix. I mean, we're really broadening the definition of pie to basically any food that's round. So, bagels might have also qualified under that category, but and donuts. So it was not really a fair shot for some of these pies. They had to go up against cakes and pizza and things like that. But it's fun to see the winner. Let's see. Judge's geek extraordinaire. Yes, he is. What's in a pickle pie? I've heard of it, but never had one. I've never had it either, Lisa, surprisingly. It is Einstein's birthday today. Happy birthday, Einstein. Is there anyone here?
Cajun Girl just sent a super sticker with 2.99.
Thank you very much, Cajun Girl. I appreciate that. Is there anyone else who has a birthday today that shares their birthday with Einstein that we need to wish happy birthday this morning? We've got 654 people in chat. Statistically, at least 2 of you should have a birthday, I'm guessing, or right around that number. So don't be shy. Even if you're a lurker out there, if you've never talked in chat before, now's the time just to come forward and just say, hey, it's my birthday. My birthday is every day, says MK. Niece's birthday today, says Red Pen. That's close. We're getting closer. Let's see. Late Cat Coco's birthday, says DMB Secondist. She passed last year at 19. I'm sorry, DMB. That's we'll celebrate her birthday today. Wonderful memories there, I'm sure. Let's see. I've not seen anyone. My daughter's birthday, says Karen. My mom's birthday was week 2 ago. It's my birthday, says Alita Barragan. It's my birthday today. My friend's Crystal's birthday is today. Mine tomorrow. Megan, that's close. That's really close. Congratulations. Is it Alita? Am I saying that right? Alita Barragan? welcome. Happy birthday. Thanks for spending it. It's my birthday month. It's my birthday month as well. Sherry's birthday is tomorrow. I know Ivan's birthday is coming up here soon in a week or so. So Crystal, let's see, where's Crystal? Crystal said a birthday. We've got a lot of birthdays. That's awesome. Well, for your birthday, unfortunately, you get pie instead of cake. Go out and there are actually some restaurants today that will there are restaurants every day that on your birthday will give you a free dessert. So if you are going out to eat, let them know that it's your birthday. They'll probably sing to you or give you a funny hat or bring you out a dessert or something. Happy niece's birthday. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close out the poll. I know the true pie fans, like the ones that are strictly by the rules, are a little disappointed in the results, but we are ending the poll, and it looks like cheesecake came in as the winner with its lowest showing yet, I think, just 34%. Pizza was at 28, homemade apple pie at 24, and blueberry at 12. So do we know what our next trial is? We would like, Amy, to have to reserve a slot for Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone's trial is slated to actually have a hearing on the 28th of March this month. And that's really, we're going to know if the trial is going to hold its date in April. I'd love for that case to go forward. The judge wants that case to go forward. She's been in custody for over 3 years. It's time, right? She's waived her right to a speedy trial, but still, that doesn't mean you can just hold them forever and not progress. She wants the trial to go forward. So Sarah Boone's coming up. We might have a couple smaller ones in between. We might go back and watch possibly the ice cream man trial. We love the judge down there in Florida. It's great audio, it's good video. But just depends what lines up how. The eye drop case I think got moved to later in the year. It's not even going to be in Judge Doro's court anymore. She's going to be off that one, is what I understand. We've got several trials. I think the math teacher murder is supposed to be coming up here at the end of March. I'd have to go check Discord and see what the schedule is, but we'll have a trial. We'll have something to talk about for sure. Cheesecake was the winner. Now I have an unpopular opinion. Judge is back, waiting for the audio. Unpopular opinion is I like no-bake cheesecake. I don't like baked cheesecake. I'm talking the graham cracker crust with the Jell-O type cheesecake inside. That is my favorite, absolute favorite. And fight me if you think I'm wrong. Love the judge in Florida. Is it Schroeder? Is that his name? You've been keeping up on the ice cream truck one. Is it?
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I'm getting a boo from Joe. Let's see. The judge is gangster. That judge has fired shots at the attorneys and really said, "Hey, I'm willing to declare mistrial, make you guys do this over again if you don't behave. If you what was it? If they interrupt anymore or something like that." Speaking of AT&T, they just knocked on my door asking about the pond in the yard, confirming that they'll fix the water pipe on Wednesday, so I'll have no water for a day. Oh my goodness. Ask them what they're going to do to get you water. Because they should provide bottled water or something, or even a hotel. This isn't a popular opinion, but your insurance may have coverage for if you don't have water, your house might be considered unlivable, and they might actually pay to put you up in a hotel during the break. It's not fun. I mean, nobody wants to live in a hotel when they could be living at home. But
I'm not a camel.
Unless you want to get away from home for a bit. Judge Bruce looks chipper this morning. Yes, we're waiting for the audio to come in, and it's not here yet. He's pouring himself a small one. He's got a little mini bottle he poured into his cup. I'm not sure what that was, but we'll just wrong answers only. What did the judge just pour in his drink? I've not heard from MB in the past couple days, Leela girl. I'll reach out to her. I'll check on her. I appreciate you asking her. Shout out to JB this morning. Let's see. Rum, vodka, prune juice, Pie rum, tequila, NyQuil, Miller Lite, sake, bourbon, scotch, spotted cow, vodka. Lots of ideas about what the judge put in his drink. Maalox, looked like Ensure, Red Bull. No audio yet. We're still waiting for audio as the judge is getting crumbs all over his robe. What was that is he eating? Is that like a Pop-Tart? We need the audio. We need the audio of this moment right now. Possibly a whiskey shot. I don't know. It was something he poured in his mug. I think actually it was probably milk in his coffee or cream in his coffee. That's my guess. All the wrong answers are funny, but the right one, we don't want to just, he turns around so nobody sees meat. We don't want to insinuate that the judge is like drinking on the job. He's eating a biscuit. Graham crackers and milk. That's his morning breakfast. Breakfast is served on the bench. Probably better than what Zachariah got for breakfast this morning. Pepto-Bismol because of the attorneys. Sabella. Yes, Sabella. Why did I say Schroeder? This is Schroeder, right? Am I confusing my judges? We've got Bruce here. He turned, so no shots of eating. Could really use some audio about now. I've got a couple feeds going. Neither of them have the audio available. Love that Florida judge. Man, we need the audio about now. It makes trial so much more interesting when we can hear what's happening. I realize this is just preliminary stuff. The jury's not in yet. Man. There we go.
199, 213, 214, 200, 202, 255, 215, 203, 51, 52, 204, 218, 194, 195, 219, 53, 112, 113.
These are exhibits.
205, 196.
The pie poll results.
254, 4, 5, 208, 197, 209, 210, 221, 42, 211,
bingo.
193. Thank you.
We have a bingo.
There's a partial objection to Exhibit 205. There was something that I believe should be redacted pursuant to other acts evidence. It was the text.
She testified early on, Pam Gems.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember.
Discuss that when we have a break. Okay. Ms. Muller?
Thank you. So before we start off where we left off,
the jury must be here.
Yesterday, I want to go back, clarify a couple of things. We had been talking about nicknames for Mr. Anderson, and you had noted that you had affirmed that you had called him Z-Bear and said you call a lot of people Bear. During March of 2020 through May of 2020, were you still referring to Mr. Anderson as Babe?
I was. Now, I, still refer to, out of habit, of course, and also because, I didn't hate him. I was just trying to be amicable and kind and show kindness and not be rude and mean.
And then in May of 2020, do you remember telling Mr. Anderson that you were going to, quote, fuck with him?
Well, we're starting
No, I don't
on the
remember
deep end
that.
right away.
I'm going to pull up what was previously marked as State's Exhibit 208. These nice highlighted ones. And then there was this one in between where on May 10th, 2020, you sent Mr. Anderson a text that says, "You are stupid for trying to fuck with me, so you get fucked with back."
I think it says either me.
Well, then you correct yourself saying with, correct?
I can't hear you. Sorry.
It says either. It doesn't say trying to fuck with me.
Okay, so literally,
but it's just banter. I mean, there's nothing I'm doing. I'm literally trying to get him off of my back. Literally just trying to appease things and literally just trying to get him to stop. So I don't, if you want to take all of that language out of context, you're more than welcome. But
ma'am, just answer the question, please.
It's just
That's the fourth time
banter.
the judge has told her to just answer the
To
question.
you saying that it says either, not with. You admit that 6 seconds or 7 seconds after you sent that first text, you sent a text that says with, correct?
Where do you see that? Oh, yeah. Okay. So I corrected myself.
So then you'd agree that you meant to say, "You are stupid for trying to fuck with me, so you get fucked with back."
Yep, banter.
She's so hostile. Why is it doing
Banter you're
this?
saying, but you don't know how Mr. Anderson took that, correct?
Well,
Make
I
a
don't
new
know how
feed that
Mr.
doesn't do
Anderson
that.
took that. I know that I took his actions very personally too, so I felt very quote-unquote fucked with, if you will.
Ma'am, please just answer the question which is asked.
Fifth time.
Thank you.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I did.
I also want to go back to the Moto G6 phone, the smartphone, not the flip phone that you had found. There was a screenshot that you had taken.
I'm going to rewind just a little bit.
Screenshot that you had taken.
This feed is not going to dip as much with the blackouts.
I'm going to show you what was previously marked as State's Exhibit 254.
The judge has told her 5 times now to just answer the question.
So, how did you get into the phone if it was password protected, like you said?
This time it wasn't. When I took it from my daughter, it wasn't password protected at that time.
And so after you get the phone, you decide you're going to go through it, even though you didn't know how your daughter got it.
I decided to go through it because I knew and had information that he was tracking me and following me and stalking me. And so I went in his phone to go see if there were, also because I was informed that there were videos and recordings of me that my daughter had taken. So I went on the phone to go and look to see if I could find any of those things. And then I went on to see if there was anything in Amazon, like a tracker or anything, because I was being informed that I was being tracked. So I went on the phone to go and look for evidence of any of that I could prove. I answered the question.
Judge, with all due respect.
Just finish my sentence.
Judge, with all due respect, I'm going to just indicate I think that was the full answer to why she went through the phone. So the question was, why did you go through the phone?
And it's not unique to this witness. Some witnesses some witnesses, for example, are evasive and they form their answers in such a way to try to avoid answering the question, and some tried to take command of the situation and expand beyond the actual question which is asked. And I don't want to give the impression that she's doing something wrong. It's just the way people talk. I don't know. Do you have people that you would rather they just not stay on the phone with you as long as you do? And that's the basic concept.
Sure. So I think I understand what the court is saying. It was an open. It had a long answer because there's a lot of reasons she went in that phone, and she described those. And I apologize, Judge, but that, you know, if it's a more narrow question, then I certainly understand.
If this is the only time that it had happened, I wouldn't have said a word.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So you just said that at this point, when you took this screenshot, you thought he was tracking you, right?
Yes, I thought he was tracking me, doing things to track me, yes.
And so if you thought someone was tracking you, what would you think you would find in their phone on Amazon that was actively tracking you?
A tracker?
Well, so you went into Amazon. How did you log into his Amazon account?
I just opened the app. It was already logged in.
So you had access to his Amazon Prime account then, his full account.
I guess that phone did.
Well,
this makes sense.
Let's walk through that again. You went into his phone, you opened his account, you said you could open it and access his Amazon account, correct?
I didn't access it. Yes, I could access it. I could see it. It was open,
So now,
and the app was already logged in, so I could see what he
so
last
she could have ordered
purchased.
something.
Oh, that's correct.
This is defense building doubt into this. Password saved.
You agree that this is you would have had to gone into Amazon Prime, gone into orders, clicked through his entire account.
I clicked on last order, and that's what I got.
Did you go through anything else in his phone?
I looked at any videos or audio.
Did you find anything in there?
I did.
Did you take screenshots of that?
I did not. It was audio.
So now going back to where we left off yesterday, which was May 17th, 2020. Got these texts from Mr. Gutierrez. We had talked about that. That was about where we left off. The next day, how did you reach out to or attempt to make contact with Mr. Gutierrez?
I texted him.
The defense is trying to prove that
I text him
that she had access to the phone where this evidence was found of the defendant's guilt. The tracker order.
I called him later on the 18th.
The videos, the audio.
And then I called him the morning of the 19th.
If she had access to the phone and had the phone in her possession, I think they're insinuating that she could have made it. We're getting close to a Denny's issue here.
Yes.
Did you ever leave a voicemail?
No. I don't think so.
The date stamps are going to be crucial.
So each time it was the same thing. You called, immediately went to voicemail, and you never left a voicemail.
Objection. She's already. Hold on. She's already answered that. It's a repeated question.
I'm trying to have a collective answer because it was a sequence
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. That each time you called him, it went to voicemail, and each time it went immediately to voicemail, and each time it went to voicemail, you never left a message.
It went to voicemail every time I called. I don't remember if I left a message or not.
The Denny issue is when the defense is trying to point the finger of blame at someone where that's not on trial. It's State versus Denny. It's a Wisconsin ruling, a Supreme Court ruling, where the case, this happened in that case. It already has come up. The state is basically, in the opening statements, basically said Sadie could have been the murderer. She could have conspired with her friend to be the murderer. That raised an objection, just about caused a mistrial. The judge ruled on that and said, hey, you can't go there. You can't do that. You'd have to file a Denny motion, things like that. There's all sorts of, you can't just in the middle of your opening statement say, oh, by the way, this person did it over there. Completely unrelated. No evidence, not charged. Yeah, it was a mess. The judge just said, no, we're not going to do that, but they're going to get close to that today. How close? We'll see. The audio in the courtroom is awful when they walk away from microphones.
What is State's Exhibit 193?
Yes, she does it to every witness.
Zoom in here. So first one we'll look at, put it at the bottom, is on May 18th, 2020 at 5:21 p.m. you call Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Yes.
And that call lasts 5 seconds, correct?
Yep.
And so this is you calling and it immediately going to voicemail and you not leaving a voicemail. 5 seconds.
Possibly.
Then I want to go to 5:18 at 7 p.m. You called Junior. That call lasts 20 seconds.
Maybe the voicemail is long. I don't know. Maybe I listened to it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I didn't hang up right away. I'm not sure. 20 seconds. I don't know.
You'd agree it's 15 seconds longer than the first one, which you said went straight to voicemail. You hung up.
Yes.
And then this was a Facebook Messenger attempted phone call through Facebook, correct? At 5:18 at 7:42?
Yes.
That was 0 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Why didn't you leave a voicemail?
I don't know. I don't remember if I did or I didn't.
I'm not seeing the significance of this right now.
If you did leave,
Pretty worried, so I don't know.
Yeah, if you did leave a voicemail, you should have it, correct?
Objection. How would she know? Speculation.
Sustained.
We should have it.
Objection is sustained. Well, I don't. Both her question and your objection were arguable. 40 years up here, that's a
Very true. Yeah, I concede that.
So you're both sustained.
It's making it difficult to keep score this morning.
So
Who's winning?
5:17, you get there. When you get there, you call your best friend, correct?
So probably need 5:19, counsel, probably.
5:19, sorry, I apologize.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question now?
On May 19th, 2020, when you arrive at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, you call your friend.
I may have already been on the phone.
And that was Rebecca Jekyll?
Yes. Probably called her on the way down, honestly.
Do you remember the day prior on May 18th telling Miss Jekyll that you needed to go by her house to grab a phone?
I don't remember that.
I'm going to to show you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 264. Page 2.
I will say that probably the biggest problem for this witness is the contents of these text messages.
Judge, I'm going to object to this. We've had some pre-trial discussion about this. We also had discussion as the case began. I think we have ruled on whether this type of discussion can be had with individuals.
This is Denny.
So I'm speaking about
Say it, Denny.
all of our early discussions, and I'm not sure how this line of questioning is not the same.
You were referring to the motions that were...
I'm referring to stipulations, and yes, all of those things we've talked about.
She hasn't asked the question yet. So
well, she's suggesting a particular...
May I see what you're going to read from? Thank you.
You're welcome. Just the highlighted portion, correct?
So, counsel, maybe you're going in a direction I was not thinking. Do you want to? Yeah. So maybe if we conferred briefly, this would be I would be able to withdraw my objection. Is that possible, counsel?
He's basically seen she's doing a setup for a Denny situation. Not good in front of the jury, right? But they're being vague enough right now that it's not a big problem. He's not saying Denny. He's not saying exactly what it is. They're going to talk off with the mics off. Anytime the counsel is conferring with each other, the mics go off in the courtroom. That's the judge's order. The DA clearly thinks they're trying to start pointing at the finger of blame at Sadie, as they're starting to bring up evidence that may, in the right light, look like she was doing something shady. So they're trying to head that off before she gets too close to that point. The judge has ruled on this already, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Mics are terrible. I do apologize. If they sit down and have the mic right in front of them, the mics are great as long as the audio guy raises the level on the right microphone. But unfortunately, when they wander around a room, they have like a room mic, and all it picks up is the air handler. Okay, looks like.
Objection. I apologize.
Okay.
No reason to apologize, and thank you.
No reason to apologize. I told you guys, if you can relate in any way to this witness, today you're going to hate the defense lawyer.
I did not hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was telling the witness that if she needs me to hand her the exhibit, because it's not always the best.
But you know what? I do think that is there a mic? Isn't there an extra mic around there somewhere?
Please use the mic. Yes, Judge.
No, okay.
The handheld.
I'll just project.
No.
That helps.
No.
Well, it usually does. But,
yeah. I just don't want to be
Judge,
screaming
don't
at
give
the
in.
speech jump.
We had one chance there.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
On May 18th, 2020, you had texted your friend Becky, and Becky is Rebecca Jekyll?
Yes.
And you asked her, hey, you at home? Gotta grab the phone, ... Correct?
Yes. That's what it says.
What were you referring to?
I don't remember.
With her,
5/19.
I don't remember responses.
2020. You arrive at Mr. Gutierrez's
She risks coming across
You're on
as
the
not
phone
being
with
truthful.
Becky.
Oh man, this camera angle is not
And
level either.
you
Sorry.
notice that
This is bad.
the screen door is... Was it the screen door or glass door that was open?
It was the screen door.
So the glass door was closed?
The glass door was open all the way. The screen door was closed.
And When you noticed this, are you still on the phone with Becky?
Yes, probably. Yes, I was.
And then I just want to walk through some of the things that you noticed that were, after you had looked in, that were misplaced. You said that there was a gray rug that was missing.
Yes.
Did you notice anything else missing?
I didn't go inside of the apartment. So the only things I really could notice that I felt that was major that I noticed right away was the rug missing and the furniture being moved.
That's not a prize you want, Tag.
Did you note that was moved? You had said, besides the kitchen table and the white coffee tables, was there any other furniture that you had seen that had been moved?
I don't remember. It was a pretty traumatic scene, so I don't really remember everything.
Do you remember telling detectives that you also saw a tool belt?
Yes, there was a tool belt laying right by the door where I went.
156 of Yaddle here and only 222 thumbs up. What's up with that straight mouth face with one?
Thank you, Dallas-born Boston bred, for the super chat. Appreciate the support. Sorry, we're fighting with the really poor audio, so I can't have the volume up as loud as you deserved for that one.
Was this the tool belt that you saw?
Yes.
And did you think it was that out of place to you?
Yes.
Why was that out of place to you?
Because it just wasn't there before, and that's not a normal place. I don't think where someone would leave a tool belt scattered.
In your time knowing Mr. Gutierrez, would he leave his tool belt there?
No, not that I ever saw.
Did you tell law enforcement that?
I believe I said something about the tool belt or something missing or tools. I don't remember.
You spoke to two detectives on scene on May 19th, 2020.
Yes.
The first detective you spoke to, isn't it true that you immediately stated you suspected Mr. Anderson?
I didn't immediately state that, no.
Okay. And did you tell, and that detective, if you remember, was Detective Anschutz?
Yes.
And do you remember telling Detective Anschutz that your daughter had pertinent information pertaining to the disappearance of Mr. Gutierrez?
I told Detective Anschutz that my daughter had told me that my ex had taken, that her dad, Zach, had taken the registration out of Rosalio's car, and I stated that that's what I knew, that she had just told me, and that's what I told Detective Anschutz.
So you didn't tell Detective Anschutz that your daughter had information about Mr. Gutierrez's disappearance?
I did not say those words, no.
And then, after you spoke with the two detectives on scene, you had gone here to Kenosha, to the public safety building, and had another interview.
Yes.
And that time you brought your daughter along?
Yes.
So what time, if you remember approximately, did you leave the scene on May 19th, 2020?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how long you approximately were there for?
It was before, probably 4, because I had to get the kids, and so it would have been somewhere before school ended.
So when you went to the public safety building for your interview with your daughter, how did you and your daughter drive together?
We did, actually. My stepmom drove us.
And on direct, you had testified that you told your daughter that you had concerns about your friend that was missing, correct?
Yes.
When did you have that conversation with your daughter?
On the 18th, when I couldn't get a hold of him all that day and night, I had mentioned something to her, but it was just a brief mention. And then the 19th, when I came back home, I again just reminded her, like, hey, remember Mom was really worried? And she said, yeah, and then I went from there.
On May 18th, 2020, why did you tell your daughter that your friend was missing?
Because she could visibly see me crying and upset, and so she asked me what was wrong, and I told her that I was worried about my friend missing.
But you didn't know if he was missing on May 18th, 2020.
Objection? Argumentative?
It overruled.
Answer the question.
Overruled.
Good call, Judge.
I couldn't get a hold of him, and so in my eyes, he was missing.
So, again, you had only been dating this man for about 3 months.
Objection. Again, argumentative. This has been ask and answer.
This is very poor audio.
Did you know Mr. Gutierrez's work schedule?
Sort of. I mean, he worked for himself, and then he also worked with some other folks. So, to my understanding and from what he told me, he kind of made his own schedule.
I'm going to crank the volume up for you.
So
It will be noisy.
On Tuesday, May 19th, 2020, you went to Kenosha, to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment around 11 a.m.?
Yes, somewhere around there.
And you knew that Mr. Gutierrez kept his doors locked, correct?
I don't know if I knew that or not. I don't know.
And did you know if he was working?
I didn't know. I didn't know where he was or what was going on.
And how far of a drive was it from where you were to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
It's about an hour.
I can raise the levels, but it's pretty noisy.
Were you aware of Mr. Gutierrez's financial problems?
Objection. This is, again, irrelevant. Whatever financial problems he was having, irrelevant.
There's no
foundation.
Goes to the police investigation, Judge.
Well,
No foundation.
first of all, it assumes material that I think would be foundational, and the objection is sustained.
Back to the conversations you had with your daughter. Prior to May 18th, 2020, you had admitted that there were other occasions where you did talk to your daughter about Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
A few.
Kat, you and me both have a terrible memory. I believe the audio guy is raising the wrong microphone level when he can't hear someone, and he's raising the room audio instead of the closest microphone. That's why we have loud noise and no volume on their voice. He's probably...
You noted that
labeled them wrong.
You had attempted to contact some of Mr. Gutierrez's friends around May 18th to May 19th, 2020.
That's the right one.
And you had said on direct that you were unable to get in contact with any of his friends?
Correct.
And prior to attempting that contact, you had never met any of Mr. Gutierrez's friends, correct?
No.
No, that's not correct, or no, I had not.
No, I had not.
And you had not met any of his family members?
No, other than his 2 children.
You had also mentioned on direct that when you were at the scene on May 19th, 2020, you called the daycare and you were nervous about your kids, correct?
Yes.
Because you thought Mr. Anderson might go to the daycare?
Yes.
And you said that the daycare knows to call you if Mr. Anderson would show up there?
Yes.
You never got a call that day that Mr. Anderson showed up at the daycare, correct?
When I called, they told me that he had not, no.
And after you called them, you never received a call from the daycare?
No.
After May 19th and the couple months, do you remember asking to be present at an interview with your daughter in November of 2020?
Yes.
And previously, you had not been present with your daughter when she was interviewed by law enforcement?
No.
Why did you want to be present on the...
Again, are you saying... Your question was previously you had not been present?
Right.
Previously, you had not been present.
I think your question may have been, and previously you had indicated you had not been present?
No.
Oh, maybe I'm...
I can just rephrase it, Judge.
Well, the point is, sometimes questions get asked in a way that it's ambiguous as to what the no is responding to. Now, maybe I'm hearing things, I don't think so, but I thought this may be one of those. So it would be a favor to me if you would rephrase it.
Yeah. The interview that happened on May 19th, 2020 at the Public Safety Building, you're aware that your daughter was taken into a separate room to be questioned by law enforcement?
Yes.
And you were not present in that room when that interview occurred?
Correct.
But then in November of 2020, you specifically asked Detective Anschutz to be present during that interview?
I don't remember if I specifically asked Detective Anschutz, but that interview happened at our home, so I was there.
You're aware that Mr. Anderson has a burn pit on his property?
Yes.
And would he frequently have bonfires?
I don't know, frequently? Yes. He'd have bonfires there.
And you were aware that that weekend Mr. Anderson was planning on the weekend of May 19th, around that time, Mr. Anderson was inviting or had invited you and the kids over for a bonfire?
Objection. May 19th. Tuesday? So when you say weekend, do you mean the one before or after?
May 19th was a Tuesday, is what it said.
The week of the 19th. So, Friday, May 22nd through Sunday, May 24th.
Objection whether she was invited to a bonfire that never happened because It's post the 19th.
If she was invited.
I'm going to refresh her recollection. It's she can if she remembers. I think she can at least answer the question.
I'm not hearing you. Are you talking to Mr. Gravely or to me?
No, I was saying that he's saying she would have no knowledge, but she didn't even answer the question.
But that's because I had objected. So why would she answer the question? I've objected.
Well,
what grounds?
No, stop.
Grounds. Stop.
I have to say I didn't. Let me start over. I thought her question inquired about an invitation to a bonfire, and you were questioning what dates were involved, and then you objected about its relevance because if it never occurred, what difference does it make?
Alita.
Which I don't. There needs to be more that I would need to understand before I could sustain that objection, because the invitation may have relevance. I don't know.
So,
but the fact that it didn't go on is really a separate thought.
He's arrested. The testimony so far is that he is in custody on the 19th of May.
Right.
So whether they were invited to a bonfire the week after he was arrested is irrelevant.
I don't know.
We don't know. It might be relevant.
Because I don't know. As I've said before, you people have volumes and volumes of discovery that I don't. So I know very little about the case really until it is introduced into the court. So I don't know if there's relevance to it or not. But it isn't clearly irrelevant. Go ahead.
Would you need to see something? Do you remember writing?
Sure. Yes, I would.
Remember receiving or sending Mr. Anderson an email around May 18th, 2020?
I don't recall.
If I was to show you a copy of an email, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Can I get it?
MB responded to me. She was actually in chat. She hasn't been talking much, but I might have missed her if she popped in. But she's been she caught part of the interview this morning, and she's been on a couple other times for those who were concerned. She's doing great. Got some stuff going on that's keeping her busy and making her pretty tired. So thanks for thinking about her. She's sent purple hearts, and thanks for the message. It feels wonderful to know people care about you. Appreciate you guys reaching out and asking about her. You guys are the best, by the way. Thank you. Thanks, little girl. This is interesting. The defense has a difficult task. They're trying to prevent any bad information from coming in because there is some information that looks bad for Sadie.
Memory. I mean, out loud.
So they're trying to object, anticipating where the defense may go with her questions. And so they're objecting to everything every time something comes up. Unfortunately, the defense has hidden the direction they're going pretty well, and the objections are mostly being overruled.
Okay.
So were you aware that Mr. Anderson was planning on having a bonfire that week?
My daughter told me that was the plan she knew of and expressed that to me. So in that email, I just mentioned that.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 288, which was what I just handed you. And this is an email that you sent to Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes.
And that date, and the date on that was May 18th, 2020 at 7:24 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And this email is about you coordinating a schedule with Mr. Anderson for visitation and looks like a holiday schedule as well. Do you agree?
Yes.
So previously you had testified that on Monday, May 18th, 2020, you had told your daughter that you believe Mr. Gutierrez was missing, correct?
Objection. Argumentative and is a mischaracterization of what's been said so far. She said she was crying because she was not in touch with him. At this point, she has not told her daughter that he is missing and certainly has not indicated anything about Mr. Anderson. So it's a mischaracterization of the evidence and it is irrelevant.
Rephrase your question.
Multiple times during direct examination, and
you don't need to summarize
sure.
What you believe the testimony was. You can just ask another question.
Sure. So you sent an email to Mr. Anderson trying to coordinate future visitations, even though at this point you're scared of him, you want nothing to do with him, and you believe your friend is missing.
Yes, I'm trying to coordinate for the children an agreeable schedule.
Judge, I'd ask to move in Defense Exhibit 288 and Defense Exhibit 264.
Objection?
They're fine.
Received.
And then I have no further questions subject to recross, Judge.
Redirect.
Thank you. We'll start at the back. Ms. Beecham, you were just shown Defense Exhibit 288, which was an email between, you to Mr. Anderson on the 18th of May. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And previously yesterday you had talked about a conversation you and the defendant had had all the way back in February of 2020 regarding how you saw your relationship moving forward, with you saying you just wanted to set up a schedule with the kids.
Correct.
Is this email in reference to your ultimate goal, which is to set up a reliable schedule for your children?
Yes.
Is there any mention in this email of wanting to get back together with him?
No.
Is there any language in here that says hugs and kisses from you to him?
No.
Is there any pet names or anything special you call him here regarding your deep love and affection for him that you've had all these years?
No.
So ultimately, was this you just trying to put a permanent schedule in place to make it regular for the kids to see the
Objection leading.
Why was it important to you to put a permanent schedule in place?
To avoid any more conflict with him and to just keep it cut and dry to the kids and exchanging.
Now, on this day, you had testified that you had attempted to reach Mr. Gutierrez multiple times.
Yes.
And at that point, you hadn't yet driven down to Kenosha and seen the scene, accurate?
Correct.
So does this email have anything to do with your worry for Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Now, we previously talked about May 7th and you catching your daughter with a phone that you indicated she was supposed to record you on. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And that you had taken that phone from her and ultimately looked through it for the Amazon purchase that you then showed on the screen?
Yes.
Objection leading.
I'm just trying to get to the question, just orienting this.
Sustain.
And after you took that phone from your daughter and did the investigation into the Amazon purchases, what, if anything, did you do on that phone search-wise?
Nothing that I recall. I just was looking for the videos that I was told that were on there, and then I was looking to see if there was any other evidence of...
You had previously testified that the defendant has a number of different phones. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And so we had I specifically shown you State's Exhibit 112, which was the flip phone, and 113, which was the Moto G6 phone that you call a burner phone.
Yes.
Were there additional phones that you were aware of that the defendant had?
Yes.
I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered on direct.
Your Honor, they then went into what phone was recovered on the 7th.
The objections are moved.
And directing your attention to that May 7th, after you had done your cursory search of the phone, did you use that phone that you had found that night for any other purposes that night?
No.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 287. So this is, yep.
My piece of pie is gone already. It went very quickly. And unfortunately, Mrs. R.A. cut me a very narrow piece of pie, which I'm going to have words with her about. Had the chocolate cream. Delicious. Happy Pie Day to everybody as we wait here for a quick consultation between council. Pie calories do not count today, so you can have as many slices as you would like. Have not had cheesecake yet, but the day is young. It's awesome to have Brandi Churchwell here with us. You guys show her some love. She was on this morning. If you missed the interview at the very beginning with her, it was awesome to have her here. She does have a YouTube channel herself. It's linked in the description of this video. If you have not gone over, please go over and click the subscribe button on Brandi Churchwell's YouTube channel. She deserves it, and you will not regret it.
Celebrate reports regarding the Moto G6 phone web activity from May 7th of 2020. What time approximately do you remember, in terms of time of day, you finding this phone on your daughter that you then confiscated?
I found it would have been at night. Yeah, it would have been at night. And I feel like the next day maybe I looked, or I can't remember.
So the phone you found on your daughter, you found the night of the 7th?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you the web search history and message history for the G6 phone from that same night, and inquire if, based on this activity, this was you on this phone, or this phone was not the one you located on your daughter.
Okay.
So we'll go to, I apologize, it's going to be page 4 of this exhibit. At the right where it keeps saying web history.
Yes.
And then it shows time frames of 11:08.
I completely missed that high-speed drifter. Changes the celebration entirely. I will not mess with Mrs. R.A. I know better than that. That's awfully blurry.
At the top here where we're talking about web history on the Moto G6 at 11:08 p.m. last visited something called Flex Steel Curved Couch OBO Furniture. See that at the top?
Yeah.
Then below that 5/7 at 11:09 p.m. Milwaukee for sale couch on Craigslist. See that?
Yeah.
5/7 at 11:10 p.m. recliner couch Love Seat Furniture. See that?
Yeah.
Are these any searches that you were doing on the phone you found on Olivia on the 7th of May?
No.
So the Moto G6 that is having these searches be done on it wasn't you?
Objection, leading and argumentative.
So
the objection is sustained.
So this Moto G6 is searching for these things, that's not you?
I'm going to object again, then speculative, argumentative.
Leading with different words.
I'm just going to continue on with additional searches that occur on this phone. So 5/7, we continue to look at couches. Is that accurate on this Moto G6 phone?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
And are any of those you?
No.
11:25, Milwaukee for sale couch. Is that you?
No.
skip some pages here.
Ivan, the visual that paints, that's no fun.
Search history from that night into the early morning hours. Now we're at actually 5/8 at 4:50 a.m. back on Craigslist for jobs for a couch. Do you see all those?
Yes.
Then more search history at 5:01 a.m. Is that you?
No.
Now, you had previously talked about other phones that the defendant had had. Are you familiar with those phones as well?
Yes.
So are you sure exactly which phone your daughter had that night that she was trying to record you with?
I don't know the exact phone.
But the search history from the G6 isn't you?
No. There were 3 Moto G6, or 3 of those.
When you say there were 3 of those, who owned 3 of these?
He had 3 of those Moto 6s. They were all the same kind of phone.
This guy had like every phone.
Okay, so you recovered what you believe to be a Moto G6 phone, you're just not sure which one?
Correct.
How many phones did he have? He had an iPhone, he had 3 Moto G6s, he had a flip phone. One of them was a burner phone.
You were shown some texts regarding language about the defendant, and excuse the terminology, fucking with you and you fucking back with the defendant. You remember that?
Yes.
What was your emotional mindset at that time regarding what the defendant was doing?
Well, I was upset. I was scared. I was frustrated. I didn't know what to do anymore. I'd reached out for help and asked, but was told that there was nothing I could do unless I had proof. So, yeah, I just at my wit's end. You know, I just wanted it all to stop. I wanted all of it to just stop.
And that specific text was from May 10th of 2020. Was some of that frustration that you just described regarding finding the planted phone?
Objection leading.
What about the defendant's behavior in the days preceding that made you so frustrated?
Finding the phone was definitely a big deal.
Did she just drop the bomb in the response? Or was it
everything
fighting?
leading up to it seemed like it just kept getting more and more amped up, more and more. There were more things I was finding out, more information that was trickling in. The fact that my daughter was telling me she had knowledge of things that was very frustrating. I felt like I didn't have control of the situation, and I just wanted to try to be as amicable as possible, and he wasn't allowing us to do that. And so it just became frustrating, and I just felt like just angry.
You've previously been shown some text messages between yourself and Mr. Gutierrez regarding Mr. Gutierrez talking about wanting to beat his ass. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
What were the emotions going on in your life regarding the defendant's behavior that led to you having those feelings at that point?
I guess I'm going to object to the form of the question. She was talking about the text messages Mr. Gutierrez sent.
I'll rephrase. During that text exchange, your frustration, I guess, were you frustrated during that text exchange between you and Rosalio?
We were both frustrated. I think, I was trying to explain to him what was going on and inform him what was going on, that I was frustrated. We were only together for a few months, but we talked a lot, and we really had a good connection, and I really trusted him, and it felt like he really wanted to protect me from that, and genuinely. And so I think he was just trying to make me feel better and just trying to be a nice person and, just making me feel protected. I think that's all that really was.
They've turned the volume down in the courtroom. There might be... Did they say no further questions? Or are we looking at the defense? Zach does look different today. Yesterday he seemed
Ms. Beecham, there's been some talk about the
more
number
confident.
of phone calls that you had placed to Mr. Gutierrez on 5/18 and 5/19. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered leaving a voicemail. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
If you wouldn't have left a voicemail, why would that have been?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
If she knows, she can answer.
I didn't typically leave a message, so I don't know that I really would have. Maybe I would have, but I don't really recall if I did or didn't. If I did, it would have just been quick.
And in your previous conversations with Mr. Gutierrez, was he usually quick to respond to you?
Yes.
So did the length of time with him not responding cause you concern?
Objection, leaving.
So why on May 18th were you caused concern based on the lack of contact with Mr. Gutierrez?
Because that morning I didn't get, well, actually the previous night, I didn't get a good night text. And so that was alarming, or just, I wasn't sure. And then that morning I didn't get a good morning text. And so I thought that was weird. And then I text him. And then I texted him in the afternoon again, and I still didn't get a response. And that started me kind of thinking that something was wrong or that maybe something happened. So that's what, it definitely was unusual that he didn't respond to me.
I've got a friend who completely left a busy city life and bought a homestead up in Montana and just started building a cabin, living in a trailer, staying winter over. They've got wolves and bears on their game cameras. They're setting up a farm. For some people, that is like the best sort of retreat, just being alone.
Any recross?
Yes, limited. Thank you. You said just now that you really trusted Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
I felt I could trust him, yes.
Did you know that on May 17th, the evening of May 17th, 2020, Mr. Gutierrez had planned to have a date with a different woman?
Irrelevant. Objection.
What's the relevance of that?
The relevance is if she trusted him, she's saying she trusted him, and also she's saying that she hadn't heard from him in the morning or evening of May 17th, morning of May 18th. If she knows if he was with another woman, then that could have provided an explanation to why he wasn't texting her.
Overall, you can answer the question.
I didn't know that he was meeting with anyone. Per our conversations and our interactions, I didn't have any reason to feel like he was interested in anybody else. Also, I understand that new relationships are difficult, so I didn't know anything about it, but I didn't have any reason to feel like he was lying to me or that he was looking elsewhere. So
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
You may step down, man.
Sadie's
You
done.
may step down, man.
I have to admit, I'm surprised. I think really thought the defense was going to push that line of questioning further to the question of did you show up and
what would be your preference?
Well, probably somebody about.
Judge, before I do that, I would just move this states 287 into evidence.
No objection.
I thought they were going to push that further than they did.
I don't know about a shorter
They
witness.
didn't.
Brief?
It was still pretty rough.
Short?
Are you making a short joke?
5'10"? I don't know. Let's.
Dad joke there.
I'll leave it in your hands.
Okay.
Although we will be taking a break probably within 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, sir.
We'll do a brief witness.
Yeah.
Brief.
A brief
not,
witness.
Not short.
Yeah.
Although
No.
most people are short to Mr. Green.
No witness has been either brief or short in this case. So, yeah.
They just need to stop trying to make jokes because that's not funny. So they just are pulling a witness from the pool because they have a few left. They have the state has till I think Thursday evening or Thursday afternoon to wrap up their case. So that's when they're slated to be done. They're going to have a couple. It's only funny when I do it. This is correct, Adam. I just talked over the witness's name. I apologize.
Would you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated.
Detective Howard, how are you employed?
With the City of Kenosha Police Department.
And your names are Marty or Martin Howard. Can you
Martin
spell
Howard.
please, for the record?
His mic's not working.
He just turned it off.
All right.
You got it?
Howard.
And Detective Howard, how long have you been employed with the Kenosha Police Department?
For 11 years.
How long have you been a detective?
For 4 years.
As part of your duties, were you on duty as a detective on May 21st, 2020? Apologize.
I wish you'd stop playing with the audio.
And on that date, were you assigned a task to see if you could figure out the details of a Walmart receipt?
Yes, I was provided a photo of a Walmart receipt that was partially legible.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 115. I'm going to ask you to take that out. And what my question is this document, or is whatever is in State's Exhibit 115, is it what was depicted in the picture that was sent to you? Okay?
Hey, Debbie, just got the message. I didn't see, she's asking if Zach's kids were in court. I didn't see him in court yesterday. I didn't pay close attention. If somebody noticed that, let me know. I know one of them would have been a witness, possibly the 15-year-old daughter, so she probably wouldn't have been in there unless she's on the exception list. Yeah, this sort of, they went straight to the detective, so apparently the defense must have stipulated to something, or the judge ruled on something.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same document that you received a picture of?
Yes.
And how are you able to tell that? So in other words, what are the details of that you recall so that you know it's the same document?
When I received the photo, I recalled that Walmart was just barely legible at the top of the receipt. The entire middle portion of the receipt was illegible. There was a barcode at the bottom of the receipt which was almost complete, and then there was what appeared to be 12 digits of a transaction code that were at the bottom of that receipt, with some digits missing at the end, and all that matches with this.
And as to 115, could you see a date on there of the transaction?
Yes, there's also the date of May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.
All right, so those two things are legible on 115 as well? On Exhibit 115?
Yes.
Okay, so the picture you had appears to be a true and accurate copy of what you see in Exhibit 115 then?
Yes, absolutely.
The picture does not appear to be changed or altered in any way from what you're seeing in 115?
Correct.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, then you had a date of a transaction, a time, a store, and part of a barcode. Did I have that? Do I have that summary correct?
Only Walmart. I don't know what.
What did I say?
Yeah.
Walmart.
You said a store.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
I just know that it's a Walmart receipt at that time.
And date, time, and a large portion of a barcode, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did you decide to do with the document that you had a picture of?
I went to the Kenosha Walmart at 3500 Brumback Boulevard, and my plan was I felt the best option to get clarity on the receipt was approach a manager and see if a manager would be able to scan that barcode at the bottom of the receipt.
Ultimately, in that
We're
effort,
still going to hear from
did you
those
speak to a
Walmart
person named
employees.
Paul Webb at Walmart?
Yes.
All right. And was that also on May 21st?
We'll hear
Correct.
from Paul.
And without you knowing exactly what Mr. Webb did you then leave that task with a document in hand?
Yes, I was with Paul Webb. He first tried to scan the barcode and that did not work. And then I was with him for approximately 30 minutes as he attempted to put different numbers at the end to complete a transaction code. And approximately 30 minutes later, he was able to produce a transaction code.
And then did he generate a document based on those efforts?
Yes.
Without you knowing the details of those efforts, through his efforts, he generated a document for you?
Correct.
I'm going to show you now what's been
I'm going
marked.
to object to this coming in at this point.
We haven't heard from Paul.
He's going to ask questions. I didn't hear anything about coming in.
Yeah, I'm not introducing it at this point. Obviously there are still foundational witnesses. I'm just asking his testimony on these exhibits before they can be exhibits that would be.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So as to.
Well, Judge, I guess I'm going to object to if he's going to have the witness read what the contents of that are.
He didn't ask that.
Okay.
I don't think he requested that the witness read it.
He was about to.
Read it to himself, to review it, but not read it, not publish it.
Well, you did say that?
Well, he's going to look at it himself, but not publish it in any way to the jury.
That's what I understood was going to be the question. Okay.
Can I proceed?
Good.
Yeah. I'm going to show you now what's been marked in State Exhibit 256. Ask you to take a look at this document. Is that a document that you received from the manager at Walmart during the stuff that you talked about so far?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document and just indicate, in terms of the document you were provided, is it a true and accurate copy of the document you were provided by Paul Webb, a manager at Walmart?
Yes.
Kenosha? Okay. And does it appear to be changed or altered in any way?
No.
Okay. And then, so
She wants to object here.
What, if anything, did you do with this exhibit? So after you received it from the Walmart employee, what did you do next?
I observed it, and I observed that the date and time at the bottom of this document matched the photo of the receipt that I had obtained. And then there was more information on this document, including a location for the Walmart and 12 items that were purchased, and also the total.
So without talking any more about the details, thank you. What did you physically do with the document next? Did you share it with someone? Did you drive somewhere? In general, what did you do next with the document?
At this time, Detective Brightshaft and Detective Antaramian were driving to the Mequon area to do canvassing of surveillance footage, and I notified them immediately and told them that they should respond to the Saukville Walmart to look at surveillance footage there.
And did you provide him a copy of this exhibit?
Yes.
We're going to get to the
Just
video.
one more time, see what the
soon.
number of that exhibit is.
256.
Okay. So you provided a copy of 256 to detectives Anteraman and Brightshaft, who were proceeding up in the area of the Saukville Walmart. Is that correct?
Yes. After I notified them of this, they rerouted from Mequon to the Saukville Walmart.
They're going to have to lay all this foundation. We're going to have
I have
Walmart
nothing else
managers on the
regarding,
stand.
This exhibit at this time, Judge.
We'll probably have 2 Walmart employees. We need Paul, possibly. We know his name already.
Your involvement in this case was more than just your Walmart investigation, correct?
Correct.
You had interviewed several people as well.
Correct.
You interviewed Christine Remsburg.
Correct.
That, your knowledge, what was her relation to Mr. Anderson?
Objection would call for hearsay.
To his
knowledge, it doesn't.
To your knowledge.
What
but,
was her relation to Mr. Anderson?
But your question began with to your knowledge, and that would suggest that the information came from a source other than hearsay.
Why did you want to interview Ms. Remsburg?
Because I was advised that she had a relationship with Mr. Anderson.
There's the hearsay.
And you also interviewed Joshua Anderson.
Yes.
Why did you interview him?
He is the brother to Zachariah Anderson.
In this investigation, you also were tasked with reviewing and listening to reports, 911 calls, things of that sort.
I did not review reports. That's usually delegated to the lead detective, but did you say 911 calls?
Yeah.
I listened to a 911 call once while at Mequon PD, and then I obtained a copy of a 911 call to bring back to Kenosha PD and enter in evidence.
What 911 call did you review?
It was a 911 call from Zachariah Anderson to Mequon PD, I believe from his residence.
Do you remember the summary or the essence of what that 911 call was?
Objection, that's hearsay.
Not asking for specific statements, just a summary.
The question was whether he remembered.
She asked for a summary. She asked for a summary of the hearsay 911 call. That was the question.
And I'd also talk about business records if we want to go down that road.
Man, how did I miss so much of that question? Just to excuse myself, this is not my regular assignment, the trial of criminal cases. I'm now on a different assignment, and I'm still trying some criminal cases, but I also have to deal with these civil issues, and some of them are quite time sensitive, so, but I sure don't recall all that content. Why don't you rephrase your question?
Do you remember what the 911 call was about?
Judge is working on some paperwork.
That certainly opens the door to hearsay. I don't know.
She'll go business record.
But it certainly would. It's starting off that way.
So he's been asked questions so far.
I don't think there needs to be an argument on it.
Pardon me?
I can.
No, I don't need an argument. It's starting off as hearsay.
They don't want this 911 call in.
You're aware of how law enforcement agencies maintain business records?
Yeah, we're going to get it in. She knows her out. Different agencies do maintain records differently. There's lots of different record systems. I have knowledge on how Kenosha PD retains some records, but I do not know how Mequon PD obtains theirs.
Sure, but you had, in this particular situation, you said that you took a copy of that 911 recording, correct?
Correct.
So when you took it, it then was processed into Kenosha Police Department's evidence log and property, correct?
Correct.
Explain how that works.
So, Judge, I'm going to object because this is
record.
Still calling for a statement from the defendant.
I'm not asking that.
Yeah.
That was not my question.
I have to agree. I didn't.
Area of inquiry.
Pardon me?
The whole area of inquiry. So let's say we qualify this as a business record. It is still a statement of the defendant, and it's not a party opponent. So it's still going to be here. It's you can't play.
But this question does not ask what you fear.
They're getting in a statement from
It suggests
the defendant
it's coming
without
right.
him
And I'm
testifying.
trying to save the time. I'm trying to get the court to understand that even if we got through this.
The question of on its own is non-objectionable.
Did you need me to repeat the question?
Yes.
I don't remember it verbatim, but it was to the point of if you could explain to the jury when something's received into evidence what that means, how that whole process works.
When you say received into evidence, that's a term we use around here all the time.
That's why I'm asking.
You're talking about it at the police department.
That's why I'm asking him to
You're not
explain
talking
that to
yeah.
the jury. Correct.
Okay.
As it relates to the 911 call. If you could explain the process of logging it, processing it to the jury.
I believe it was copied onto a CD or a DVD from Mequon PD, which was then brought to Kenosha PD and entered into our evidence.
And when you said entered into your evidence, who maintains control of that?
There's an evidence department of Kenosha Joint Services, and that's an entity that assists Kenosha Police Department and Kenosha County Sheriff's Department.
Right. So related to law enforcement.
Yes.
And a copy of that disc still exists to your knowledge?
Yes.
She wants to bring this in because they can bring it in without Zach testifying. It's a statement by the defendant.
You were also tasked with trying to obtain additional documentation or information pertaining to the investigation?
Yes.
One of those things was Mr. Gutierrez's rental agreement.
Yes.
And had you been in correspondence with the manager of Wood Creek Apartments, Caitlin Ryan?
Yes, that was brief. We did speak.
He owed money.
And you provided all the information you gathered from that conversation to Detective Correa?
I believe so.
Do you remember creating a NAMIS case as well for Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
NAMIS is it's primarily a website. It's operated by the federal government, an arm of the Department of Justice. And what NAMIS is, it's the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. One of the main goals of NAMIS is to connect missing persons with unidentified human remains. So the website is open to the public, but there's a section of the website that is only accessible by law enforcement and medical examiners' offices.
And so you created the case. Can you explain to a jury what creating a case means as it relates to this particular case?
Yeah, so I created the NAMIS profile for Rosalio Gutierrez on the website, so it's still there today. In creating the profile, what I did was try to obtain unique identifying physical characteristics of Rosalio Gutierrez and enter that into the website.
And you had obtained that information from those close to him, such as his mother?
Yes, primarily his mother.
And to your knowledge, are you tasked with keeping up to date if there are any hits from NAMIS?
So there are people in the DOJ that work within NAMIS because, as mentioned earlier, different police departments keep different records. This is a clearinghouse where there's information at a central location, and then people from the DOJ can look at unidentified human remains and also look at identifying characteristics of NamUs profiles and make matches when there are matches.
And also, at a time, you spoke with Ms. Patterson, Mr. Gutierrez's mother, on several occasions or twice.
It was a couple times.
One of those times, do you remember asking her for dental records for Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And why were you asking her about the dental records?
Because that is one way where if there were bones recovered in a location, there are some unique aspects to how people have different teeth, and there was a potential for identification if a body was ever located that matched.
And were you given those dental records?
Yes.
And did you review those dental records?
It was a couple images which I uploaded to the NamUs profile. I don't know how dental records work in identifying features of those, but I did observe pictures of teeth, x-rays.
What was the Walmart receipt exhibit? Exhibit 115, which was, the Walmart exhibit. You just reviewed that right now, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't reviewed this particular exhibit in person before today, or had you?
I've not seen this in person until today. I saw a picture of it on May 21st, 2020.
And when you saw a picture of it, where was it? Was it where it was originally found, or was it in the evidence room?
I don't know exactly where it was. I believe there was a manila envelope in the background and a pair of latex gloves holding the receipt up in front of the camera.
Okay.
The picture being taken.
Okay. So on the back,
we get to see the receipt here.
Show it up here on the Elmo.
Let's see.
So this is the front of it, correct?
Yes.
Then I'm going to flip it around.
It's like they poured bleach on the receipt or something.
The back is fine. You can fully read it, correct?
Hey, you could win over 5 1,000 Walmart gift cards if you fill out a survey.
I have no further questions. Subject to recall.
Detective Howard, you were asked whether you entered a case into NamUs and AMUS. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that case get entered by you on May 22nd, 2020?
That sounds right.
So that was 3 days after the crime scene that we over at Wood Creek?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Okay, he's
Any
done.
Question? Give me a step down.
That was the receipt that they found, I believe, in the van.
Break.
That they were able to
please
match
talk
up
about the case during the break.
with the
Read, watch, or
transaction
listen.
at the
Listen to
Kenosha
any count of
Walmart.
the trial. 10 to 15 minutes. Any question?
10 to 15 minute break.
Okay.
Okay, so this is interesting. This is the first witness that is in a chain of witnesses that we're probably going to hear from that are going to authenticate evidence that the defense really does not want in and the prosecution really wants to show the jury. And that is the video of the defendant, possibly video in the parking lot. There might be some outside security camera of that showing that he parks way out and is about as far from the store as you can in the parking lot and walks past a whole bunch of empty spaces into the store, then proceeds to do his he orders his murder kit at the Walmart. He goes down the murder aisle. He gets the bleach. He gets the bags. He gets the tape. He gets the the Q-tips and the nitrile gloves, whatever it is. All the things he got for his how to clean up a murder kit. Throws them in his cart. Goes, pays with cash because murderers have to use cash or else the credit card would show it. They'd love to show this video. It's hard to explain why he would do this. They have an explanation. You'll hear that. But when you watch this the first time, you're like, holy cow. Clearly, the only thing he's getting this for is for cleaning up a murder. right? Now, granted, you've got to look back and say this was in the time of COVID. This is, there was cleanup. He was working in the area, cleaning up houses that were dirty, things like that. Maybe that's the explanation. And I think that's what the defense is going to offer. But they want to show this video. And to do that, they have to say, we found this receipt in the van. And the receipt, we went to Walmart, and they were able to match it to a transaction that occurred at exactly the same time that was on this receipt. And then we took that receipt and that information and went to the Walmart where that transaction happened. And then they were able to watch and look at the cameras and say, pull the video from that time and show us what happened at the check stand. And then, and so they put all these pieces together. But in order to lay the foundation, to authenticate the evidence and have it be admissible in court, the defense is going to make them have somebody testify to the authenticity of the video and the accuracy of the receipt and things like that. And so we're going to have Walmart employees brought in. They're probably going to be managers for the most part. So it's not like just pulling a checker off the line and, someone who's earning minimum wage and doesn't know what he's doing. I'm not disparaging Walmart employees. I'm just saying it would be rather a little bit of a shock if you went to get a job and I thought you were working at Walmart and just doing the simple, I check it out, I run a till, I try to keep the money even, that's it, and then find out you're testifying in a nationally televised trial for something you did in your daily job. That would be a bit of a shock for those people. The managers, less of a shock. They're probably more prepared. They do probably have legal consultation. So they could go over what they're supposed to say or what they can say. Anyway, it's going to be interesting because the defense is going to bring these people in and make them testify to it. If they can get somebody to say something that they shouldn't, there's a possibility that this evidence might not be admitted. So defense is going to push hard on this. That's why they fought this issue, even though there was not really much to fight with this detective. He's just spitting facts type thing. But it's going to be fun. So do you think the van is a key piece of implicating evidence? Yes. The van, what was in the van, is very important. Clearly, that's the location where we found the victim's blood. So that's going to be key. The receipt, this is strange behavior. It falls in the strange behavior category. So you realize the jury, if we had a video of the murder being committed and fingerprints on the weapon and everything, this would not be a trial. Okay, but the evidence is not there. It is a trial. And the jury is going to have to make some reasonable inferences from some of the evidence they gather. And this reasonable inference is going to have to be made from some of the behavior of the defendant around this time. It does not help the prosecution that the girlfriend, Sadie, has some pretty interesting text messages with the victim about what they would like to do to the defendant. That's just a twist that is not very convenient for prosecution. Saying you know some people, we can do a hit, maybe just break his legs, rough him up a little bit. That's not good for them. Clearly, I don't think they followed through on that because the defendant looks to be in relatively good health. But it just adds another twist to this case. Let's see what you guys said in the comments here. See, he purchased from Walmart his death kit. He did. So ZA bought those items. Sorry, I'm at work too. Yes, ZA bought all those, the cleanup items, the bleach and everything. It had to be Zach's steel-toe boots. Yeah, Brooklyn, the argument that the defense got the detective to say, I'm not sure if these are steel-toed boots, but this is a steel-toed boot. He didn't even know what it was. I don't think he's ever worn it. Anyone who's worn steel-toed boots and stepped on their own toes and seen how they work would probably understand how they work. That to me is not a big issue. Kevin just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Kevin. Appreciate that. Let's see who picked that up. Looks like it went to Marsh 13. Congratulations. Thank you, Kevin, for your support. Let's see. People with nice big pickups always park far away here. I use it as a steps getter. Ivan, funny story. When I was in college, one of the videos we had to produce was actually for a hospital or a healthcare network that we produced a video for free for them as a public service announcement. And what we did is they painted a sign on the parking stall, the farthest from the grocery store, that said, "Park here and walk further, live longer," something like that. And we made a video about that. And so, yes, that is a thing, to park far away and get your steps in. But in this case, it was more like the prosecution's going to say he did that because he didn't want anyone to walk by his van and look in and see a body rolled up in a rug. That's what they're going to say. Yes, there is a murder aisle in Walmart. I won't tell you what it is. You don't need to know about it. He did not watch Breaking Bad. Don't buy everything in the same place. Andy, simple, Murder 101 teaches us that, but he did not pay attention. 1,000 people watching. Hit the like button. Awesome. That is awesome. You guys are incredible. He didn't buy bleach. He bought Clorox wipes. I thought he bought bleach. We had a bottle of bleach. Oh, you're right. The bottle of bleach was taken from his house, and they opened it on the stand. The witness opened it on the stand, and it was full. It was dusty and it was full. Okay, so that's where I was mixing those two up. Thank you for the correction, Charlie. Funny story. My son's name is Zion, but my grandmother is hard of hearing and calls him Zach for the last 4 years. Brooklyn, that's awesome. That is awesome. And you just don't have the heart to correct her, Yeah, Breaking Bad teaches all sorts of things about disposing of bodies. That movie. Sign says forward, but the chupacabra is facing backwards. It's a badger. And Ivan will have words for you if you say bad things about it. In the burn pit, it was a Lysol bottle, half burnt, not wipes. There'll be someone from loss prevention and someone from record management. Moral to be learned here: never ever buy cleaning products from the store of your friends and acquaintances. I'm not sure if somebody saw him doing it. Hey, Mandy, welcome. Love listening to your commentary. Thank you for being here. Thanks for popping in chat. We'd love to hear any comments or questions you have, and if I can try to answer them or put them out to the greater community, we'd love to do that. A lawyer here said that he didn't care if his clients were guilty, and he knew they were. He just wanted to win. I think most lawyers, even if a criminal defense lawyer, most of them will probably tell you that even if their client is guilty, they believe that the state has a duty to prove their guilt, and this is true. And they will tell you this and say, this is why I provide ardent defense for this person who is guilty, but the state has to prove it. That's how the law works. The state has to prove it. They have that burden of proof, and holding the state to that is not a bad thing, although we often malign the lawyers for doing it. Question to chat, says High Speed Drifter: how did Zach dispose of the body? According to his cellie, he used, I think it was his cellie, he said he just put it in trash bags and threw it away, and it will never be found. If we believe that. Why does the defense want this? Is the video of ZA. The defense doesn't want the Walmart video. Is that what you're asking about? The defense doesn't want the Walmart video to come in. They clearly don't want the contents of that receipt, those 12 items, the murder kit, to be brought in, because the jury is going to list. They're going to do what I do. They're going to say, okay, I'm curious. For the same reason people snoop in other people's medicine cabinets, right? They like to look and see, hey, what's going on in here? What are these people doing? We like to see the secrets, behind the closed doors. And here we have a receipt that somebody went shopping, and they're like, I wonder what he got. It's like peeking in their shopping cart. And sure, there might be milk, eggs, bread, things like that. It's like, hey, that's pretty normal. I do that as well. But then you go down the list and you're like, gloves, Q-tips, black trash bags, duct tape, bleach, or Clorox wipes, and they're like, hey, why would you be getting all this? Then the mind of the juror, that's a murder kit. So clearly the defense does not want that in. The video is going to show him probably going around shopping, or at least checking out and ringing them up, probably self-checkout or paid cash. So he could have gone through a check stand as well. But that video, him parking far away, they're going to be like, why would anyone park that far away, type of thing. It's just make the jury think, and defense does not want them to think maybe something's weird about this. Let's see. Why was he charged with hiding a corpse if said corpse was never found? I have to go look at what his actual charges are. If somebody can text those to me. I don't know if he was charged with hiding a corpse, or if they're just saying that they're charged with moving a corpse because it was no longer at the scene and he killed him, type thing. Let's see. High Speed Drifter believes chopped it up and disposed probably in the woods. I think it was disposed of in garbage dumpsters. Can anyone list items to buy on Amazon? I should list body bags and bleach as well as a murder kit. Brooklyn, yes, you can become a third-party seller. I myself have been a third-party seller on Amazon for a long time. I used to sell this on Amazon. Little ASMR Velcro moment. This is, let me show you what it looks like up front. Okay. Does anybody know what this is? This is a lockpick set, which in some states it's a felony just to own. But I used to sell these on Amazon until I found out that it was actually not legal to do that. I ended up just selling the case, the empty case, and even that Amazon had a problem with and said I couldn't sell on Amazon. But anyway, I don't know why we're talking about lockpick sets. I don't know why I went there. Yes, you can become a seller on Amazon. I sold a lot of books in my college days. I actually made some good money buying or selling used textbooks on Amazon. I would even buy them from other students or get them free from professors who were cleaning out their shelves and sell them on Amazon and make really, really good money. Why did we go there? I apologize. Squirrel. Yes. There's a sound effect. I've got them turned up again. The state will change everything it possibly. The state will charge everything it possibly can, in case they can't convince the jury of more serious charges. There probably might be some lesser includeds as well to the murder charge. What if the shampoo and Q-tips are for scrubbing up after you dispose? You did have access to a demo house and hose. Yes. Let's see.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
You can also buy lasers that are highly illegal on Amazon. I bought my burning lasers on eBay, which PayPal does not let you use PayPal to buy burning lasers on eBay. So you have to get creative with how you pay for them. But I use them for science demonstrations. I used to teach science classes for kids. And Alex stole it. That's why we can't have nice things. My husband is an expert at lockpicking in our state. It's legal. Brittany, it's also legal in my state as long as I'm not committing another crime. So I cannot be trespassing and be in possession of the lockpick. I'm also not legal it's not legal for me to lockpick for money without a permit. I've been taking the class, actually. I want to study and get my lockpick registration, my license. So it'd be legal to do it just because it covers you a little bit more.
Taking it easy.
Love the plaque on the courtroom wall. Creative B, that is your plaque. It looks great back there. Sorry, I'm sort of sitting in front of it, but thank you very much. The judge was kind enough to let me mount that on the wall back there and permanently modify his courtroom. So thank you very much. Let's see, any questions here? Lock pickles. You went there, so we could go here. Yes, we did. I have a lockpick set, and I'm super cool when I'm successful. Rando, it's the funnest thing. There's actually a sport called lock sport, which is the hobby of picking locks just for fun. So now I need to move my plate for my pie. Hang on. So while we're out on break, I'll show you this. I've got a bag that weighs about 20 pounds. That I have all sorts of locks, just everything from, old railroad car locks to master locks, circular locks, disc locks, clear little demonstration locks that teach you how they work, padlocks, combinations. I've got all sorts of locks in here, and it weighs a ton. But hang on. Okay, but. We were talking about Amazon. That's how I got here. Full circle. You can become a seller. I was trying to make a game that I was going to sell on Amazon that was a lock picking game where the whole idea is you lock a bunch of these locks together, and then you and a buddy, you compete against somebody and trying to pick the locks off your chain of locks. By each time you pick one off, you clip it onto their lock, the other end of their lock, and whoever gets out of locks first wins. Because some locks can be opened in just seconds. But anyway, it turns out that lockpick sets are illegal to mail in the United States. You can't mail them UPS or FedEx unless you're sending them to a registered locksmith. And that sort of killed my game idea right there. You can't do that. So, all right. See, it would be a fun game, Shelley. I think it's great. I've actually done it with some of the youth groups that we've played with, and just had a blast. And the first time you pick a lock, doing it legally, I always tell people there's a fine line between fun and felony when you're lock picking, right? Anytime you're picking a lock in use, you're crossing that felony line. So these locks are not in use; they're just loose, and I have permission. I own them, and they're fun. Going back to the court, where did we end up? Why are we talking about this? How do you find out if lock picks are legal in my state? A quick Google search would tell you. Debbie, are you in Oklahoma? I'm trying to remember what state you're in. Where did the soundbite "just kick back, taking it easy" come from? Kevin, that came from a Knoxville, Tennessee arraignment video with a gentleman that was arrested for. He was out in front of the. Here, let me play this.
I understand. Likely offense will continue, but if he finished peeing, that offense is not going to continue for a while.
Yes, this gentleman was arrested because he was urinating in a bush in front of Walmart.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
He was just kicked back, taking it easy. The judge in this case actually encouraged him to fight the charges.
You especially want to go to court if it's bullshit charges because you get them thrown out.
And he's like, "Oh, you can't do that. This is a public indecency."
Yeah, you can. By gosh, go down and fight them. By gosh, make them work for it.
All those sound effects
in front of the Walmart,
including that one, were from the same arraignment hearing. And there's one more, but it cusses in it, and I'm not going to play that one. Anyway, so that's kickback, taking it easy was the accused, the defendant in that trial for urinating in public. Let's see. Sent charges to the burner phone. Thank you, Jennifer. Let me take a quick look at the. There's her text right there. Okay. Wait for it. There we go.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
The charges that Zachariah is facing. He's charged with first-degree intentional homicide, a Class A felony. He's also charged with hiding a corpse and 2 counts of stalking. Okay, so hiding the corpse is the one that we were talking about, because the corpse was not found at the scene of the murder. So insurance guy says, metal detectors, lockpicks, lasers, World of Warcraft, high-end camera, anything else we should know? We're just scratching the surface, insurance guy. I could tell stories for days. I have a lot of fun.
As well.
I could tell you my bomb story. I found a bomb, a real one. Called the police. They ended up dismantling it. Part of it exploded while they were dismantling it. It was wrapped in sandbags, but the part that exploded, a piece of shrapnel ripped the the crossbar off a chain link fence off, and I still have that piece of the chain link fence. I don't think there's anything Scott doesn't know about. And Mary Murphy, let me tell you, the reason why I know a little bit about everything is because I majored in communications. And in communications, you have to know information a mile wide, but only an inch deep. So I know a little bit about most things and a lot about almost nothing. A lot about everything. Cordless angle grinders are the ultimate lockpick. Oh, Charlie, that hurts my soul. You're destroying a perfectly good lock that you could just pick and then have available anytime you wanted. Susan Blankenship just gifted a membership. Congratulations to Crafty Ella. I will say, for those that are new in chat, if you would like to have a chance to win a membership yourself, go ahead and hit the exclamation point gifts in chat. Here, let me do it for you here. Right there. Oh, Samantha Terry beat me by like a 1/10 of a second. Samantha's a great mod. Appreciate that. There'll be a link that pops up here in chat in just 1 second, and you can click on that link. By going to that link, you can change your settings for this channel where you enable gifts on this channel. Once you've activated that setting, if a gift is given, YouTube will consider you as a possible recipient. And YouTube does make all the choices. And so it's up to them. Let's see.
Dead horse go unbeaten.
Rando sent me a sound, and I'm in the process of getting it set up.
That's literally not true. That's literally not true. That's literally not true.
I clipped a little bit off of it. It's supposed to say that's literally not true, but I'll go ahead and keep working on that, Rando. I might have to do some work. It's got like a thump in the middle of it.
That's literally not true.
Right at the very end, it's like, dun. I'm trying to get rid of that, but we'll play with that. I sent a YouTube video to Burner yesterday regarding Judge Schroeder recharged pickles. Yes, that is the weirdest thing. Was he just having like a senior moment and said the wrong word? I watched that. It was crazy. Talk more about Amazon. It set off my eBay cha-ching. Coincidence? I think not. Chandra, that cha-ching sound is amazing. For those that don't know, when you sell something on eBay, when a sale goes through, that makes like a cash register cha-ching noise on your phone. At least mine does. And it's exciting to have a sale go through. Let's see. How do we become a member on your own? Brittany, it's hard on a cell phone. If you're on a computer, it's a little bit easier. But I believe down at the bottom there's a button you can click. Like there's a join button. The join button works if you go on Safari. If you're on a cell phone like an iPhone or Android, use Safari or Chrome or something like that. Go to the YouTube channel and then click the join button. There's an option there. At this point, I don't think they even proved he's dead. They promised a bloodbath and we got a puddle. Sadie doesn't help, especially when you talked with Rosalio, about a plan to get custody. Creed, yeah, those are issues, and the jury has to weigh those as well. I disagree with you as far as the bloodbath. The pictures we've seen, I don't think are the entirety of the scene. I think there's more, and clearly the rug may have stopped a lot of the blood or gathered a lot of the blood itself as well. Let's see. How do you gift a membership? That I can't help you with, James. I think there's some options when someone joins. Anytime you click the membership button, or if you click the membership button, the join button again, you can gift memberships that way. You want a soundbite? Which one would I go with, Ginger? There are so many. Nobody found Mimi. You're correct, and probably never will be. Let's see. There's a $sign to the right of my chat box, which when I click, it shows the gift and buying options. That works. G. Smith, appreciate that. Does this jury get notepads? Yes, they do. This jury does have notepads, and they're encouraged to take notes, but told not to let it distract them from the case. Father sells natural toothpaste on Amazon. That is cool. How did Sadie do on the stand this morning? I thought she did pretty well. You've got to realize she was in a pretty crappy relationship with some things going on that were not fun to deal with. Was she perfect? No. Was anyone perfect? No. But considering that, I think she handled herself really well. It was pretty apparent that she did not like the defense, that she did not like the line of questioning. Kara Green, new member, welcome. Thank you so much for joining up there with I think this is month 2, because you've got a light blue colored courthouse.
Ladies.
Sure.
The judge just pocket dialed the jury and then is having a conversation with somebody else. Thank you, Kara Green. It's good to have you here. I appreciate you so much. I have a Samsung 22 Ultra Plus for camera and computers galore. What other required hardware is needed for live stream? Richard, your cell phone is enough. I would recommend first that you get a very cheap tripod, just a camera mount for your phone. That will help the image be stable, and then that's enough. If you have a quiet environment, you can start there. The first piece of hardware that I'd recommend is some type of microphone to improve your audio. It's amazing how much good audio can help bad video. I'm not saying it's bad video, but if audio is good, it's easier to watch video that may not be like on the highest end camera or something like that. Good audio just is easier to watch. So that's what I'd recommend. And then of course your internet connection, and you should be good to go. It sounds like you have plenty of upload bandwidth, but that's it. I'd be happy to talk with you offline, Richard, as well, if you'd like any other advice. Moving a lifeless body of a full-grown man would be no easy task alone. Yes, especially with a bad back. which we've heard several times. But apparently he has like superhuman strength and adrenaline. Weather Watch, good morning, Thomas. Welcome back. You missed, I don't know when you left, so I don't know what you missed. Okay, we're back. Paul, I believe this is the Walmart manager. Ready Freddy GG just gifted a membership as well. That membership went to Brittany Turner. Congratulations, Brittany. That's awesome.
Would you do so much for the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Okay, we're going to take a different video.
That will be the truth.
We're going to back up just a tiny bit.
The truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Okay. This feed is less jumpy. So here's the Walmart manager.
Mr. Webb, can you state your first and your last name, spell your last name for the record?
First name is Paul, last name is Webb, W-E-B-B, the third.
Back in the time period
That's
of
awesome.
May 21st of 2020, were you employed?
Yes.
And what was your employment back on May 21st of 2020?
I'm a front-end coach at Walmart.
And what does a front-end coach mean?
Basically the overall manager on that front end.
Okay. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just in that area, but the total store, but that was my specific area.
And at which were you at a particular Walmart store during that time period?
Yes, the Kenosha location.
Okay. Do you continue to have employment with Walmart today?
Yes.
All right. In your capacity at the Kenosha Walmart back on May 21st, 2020, did you have a detective or somebody from the Kenosha Police Department approach you to see if you could figure out how to find out additional information on a receipt?
Yes.
And the way you saw that receipt, was it a picture?
No, it was an actual receipt document from what he had.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 115, and what I'm going to do is have the detective come up so you don't have to touch it, and he'll just show it to you closely enough so you can inspect Exhibit 115. If we can do that way.
They're being careful with that because there were chemicals on that receipt. Possibly, I'm guessing something bleach related, just the way it made all the ink disappear. But some sort of...
Yes, that was the exact receipt that he gave me.
So you feel confident that is the receipt?
Yes.
Okay. And
please ask this question.
In terms of having that receipt, based on what you recall, what information did you have to go on? In other words, to try to figure out how to fill in the blanks on the receipt?
The time, stamp, the date, and on the bottom there's a transaction code that we put into our database to try to locate receipts. And we can look at other store receipts. It doesn't have to be our own because it's in the database through Walmart.
And did you have the entire transaction code or just a large portion of it?
Just had the large portion, and I had to basically process elimination with the numbers to kind of find the actual receipt.
And when you use that transaction code, were you also attempting to match it to the time and date of the transaction?
Yes.
Because you knew that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said we are able to do this and we're able to look at other stores. Who are you talking about when you say we?
We as in managers. We have that option to do so. Just because you could go to other locations and get receipts found for other people.
And what mechanically are you operating? So are you doing this by hand files, or what are you looking at to do this?
It's electronic journal, so it's done on a computer.
And who keeps this electronic journal? Is it a corporation or one person? Who does this?
It's the corporation. It's done through our home office down in Bentonville, Arkansas, where they have a particular application that we go to be able to pull up electronic journal receipts.
And is this a particular program, this journal that you're talking about, where you're looking at transaction numbers? Is that something that you commonly use for other purposes at Walmart?
Yes.
Okay, so describe what would be the most common purpose by which you would use this exact same process. What sort of thing happens at Walmart that would cause you to need this?
Well, there are customers that come in our store that have receipts that are faded like that we have to try to find for them if they're trying to do a return or trying to get like warranty information. They would need to get the actual document, so that's something that we get for them.
Okay, so on May 21st, utilizing what you've been shown, Exhibit 115, did you go to a particular laptop or computer and attempt to do this process you've described?
Yes.
Okay. And was the machinery you were using in working order? In other words, did you see any signs that things weren't working?
Yes, it was in working order.
Okay. And did you have to do anything other than the typical process you do at Walmart to take a faded receipt and figure out, what the rest of the details are?
No, it was just getting that information on there and finding it.
Pretty standard for you?
Yes.
Okay. So ultimately, were you able, with the numbers that you had, to find a transaction that matched that date of May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.? Were you able to find a transaction number that did match that?
Yes.
And was that your Walmart store where that transaction had happened, or some other one, if you remember?
It was another store.
Okay. And when you had that data, so when you found the match, is there any kind of document that you then generate?
Yes.
And what's that called? What do you call it?
We just call it a printout.
Okay.
A receipt printout.
And what does that document contain, to your knowledge?
It contains just like a regular receipt. It contains the store number, the store manager, time, date, the actual full transaction code, how they paid, and the items that they purchased.
So it's not exactly like the receipt I would normally get when I go to Walmart?
No.
But it has the same information?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 256 and ask you if, again, in the context of 115, the one we just showed you, is 256 an exhibit you recognize?
It's a good manager. He's doing a great job.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Considering he had no idea he'd be testifying last week.
256 then, again, in the context of what we've talked about.
It's just like right up top. It's the item history. It's not an actual receipt, but it shows every item information that customer purchased.
Is this the document that you provided when a detective came to you with Exhibit 115? Is this the actual document that you provided?
Yes.
Okay. Or a photocopy. It's the same document in terms of content?
Yes.
Okay. Is this exhibit I've just shown you changed or altered in any way from what you generated on May 21st to try to assist the Kenosha Police Department?
No.
Does it appear, other than the sticker that's on it, does it have any changes or alterations from the document you provided?
No.
Judge, I'd move admission of this exhibit now based on his testimony.
That's a good foundation.
No.
No objections.
And after you provided it to the detective, did you do anything else in this case?
No.
Okay. And again, this exhibit is what number? If you could say the sticker number.
I can't imagine there's much cross on this.
S256.
So as to 256, it tells the store, correct?
Yes.
All right. It gives you the date and time of the transaction, whether it's paid for in cash.
So you have to answer yes or no?
Yes.
Whether it's paid for in cash.
Yes.
And it itemizes what items were purchased in that transaction?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing else of this witness.
Cross-examine?
Yes, thank you. Good, is it afternoon yet? No, good morning, Mr. Webb.
Morning.
So you were a manager at Walmart around May 21st, 2020, during COVID.
Yes.
Interesting time to run a store. Were there times where your store, was closed because of COVID or had limited hours?
Objection as to the Kenosha store, irrelevant.
Well,
Judge might allow this one.
if he knows he can answer.
Yes.
And what were those changes?
It depends on the store. Our store usually, during COVID, it was a protocol that had to be market level to tell the store, hey, we need to close down. But it was very seldom. And of course, we used to be a 24-hour store, but when COVID hit, we closed at 11 p.m.
And that was store specific?
In our market, yes.
What do you mean in our market?
Because there's different markets in a location where there's market 435, which is our market, and there's 444. So there's different market with different locations.
Okay.
Within Walmart.
Okay. And so the corporate office, though, would they allow the markets to make the decisions themselves, or was that something that corporate would decide for a specific market?
Well, they have to reach out.
Sir, objection irrelevant. What corporation is doing? Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, you can answer it.
So they will have to reach out to corporate and see if it's feasible. There's numbers that we have to call if we have to, close down for a certain reason.
So if they have a COVID outbreak amongst employees,
during COVID,
they would close down.
As
That's
a
what they're getting
manager,
at.
were you aware of quantity limitations that were placed on certain products?
Yes.
Okay, and could you explain that a little bit for the jury?
Just certain, like toilet paper, paper towels. We limited customers getting large quantities because people were trying to buy everything on the shelf. So it was a limited quantity that you could purchase.
You guys remember the toilet paper fiasco?
And was that decided by the specific market as well?
No, it was actually company-wide.
Company-wide, okay. So as far as some other items that were restricted, how about like Lysol wipes?
That was limited too, but every store wasn't going by that.
And then how about gloves?
Gloves wasn't restricted.
Okay.
It wasn't part of the restriction.
Sorry, was not?
Was not.
Thank you.
The great toilet paper caper.
At the store, did you have practices in place to encourage maintaining social distancing, 6 feet, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. What were some of those things?
We had...
Same objection, irrelevant.
We're getting close to the edge of relevance.
He's going to allow this one.
This was going to be my last line of questioning, Judge.
He's like, please let me have it because it's the last area.
You can answer it.
Yes, there were protocols that we had to abide by during COVID. There were aisle decals that we had to put on the floor to state the distance, and arrows throughout the aisles to know the pathway to actually go in the store. Again, working at the store, customers didn't always go by that, but there was protocol that we had to put out in place for that.
Thank you. I have nothing further for the witness.
Okay, so...
Were garbage bags ever restricted, like 13-gallon garbage bags?
No.
13-gallon? Whoa. A body does not fit in a 13-gallon garbage bag.
Any requests?
No, Judge.
Give me a step down, sir.
Hey, you want to see some really ineffective hide in your mouth? Right here. That was so...
Making his entrance, the state would just move exhibits 207, 220, and 222 into evidence.
Is there objection?
That's household garbage. I was thinking the garbage bags would be like the big, hefty, huge drum size. Okay, we need a lip reader stat. You've got that clip. We need a transcription of what she just said. That was That was so clear. Who can read lips? Somebody here. You've got 1,000 people here. Somebody can read lips. We need an accurate description of what that attorney just said.
The testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Please be seated.
Not even contractor bags, yeah. Maybe that's all he had.
Detective Brandi, can you state your first and last name and spell your names for the record?
Certainly. My first name is Philip, Phillip. My last name is Brightshaft, Briet.
Okay, so this is continuing that same evidence chain. We're working towards the video.
I'm employed as a detective with the City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
Since 2006.
How long have you been a detective?
Since June of 2017.
And I want to turn your attention now to May 21st of 2020. At that time, were you provided information that you should proceed to the Saukville Walmart?
That's correct.
Who were you with?
I was with, at the time, Detective Antaramian, but now he's Sergeant Antaramian.
And were you provided a document that you were asked to present to an employee at the Saukville Walmart to see if they could match it to any video surveillance they had at that location?
That's correct.
That was your task?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 256. And I'm going to simply ask you, in the context of what we talked about, is this a document that you recognize in terms of receiving it and then passing it on?
So Detective Brightstar, what's his name?
So
something Bright.
You did not create that document itself, right? The document you have in front of you?
No, sir.
What is that document as best you understood as you started your task?
Absolutely. It is a receipt for several purchases from a Saukville area Walmart.
And so is that a document?
I need a new PIN message.
A document then that you presented to another individual at Saukville?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you meet an individual there whose name is Peter Wertschnig?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you did that, did you show him Exhibit 256?
Yes, at some point in time.
Okay. And then what were you present for, or what did you observe happen when you presented 256 to this individual at the Saukville Walmart?
We advised Mr. Wertschnig that we're looking for video, including arrival and activity within the store, as well as departure that would surround this purchase.
And were you present as he either looked by hand or manipulated a machine or did whatever he did to try to take the document 256 and match it to video?
I'm going to object as far as the form of the question. It's testimony.
Objection overruled.
What?
Were you present for any process that Mr. Wertschnig was involved in?
Yes, sir.
What did you observe him doing?
He was going through the Walmart video surveillance system at that location, and he was applying the date and the time of this purchase into their software.
And ultimately, did this individual, Mr. Wertschnig, provide you an opportunity to observe video surveillance from the Walmart store?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and then ultimately, did you observe that video?
I can't watch the screen. Every time I look at this guy.
Yes.
And did you bring that?
I think his glasses make him be able to run really fast.
Saukville, in some fashion.
Yes, sir.
How did you get it? Physically, what was it that you were given?
Forgive me, I don't recall if it was a flash drive or a disk. I believe we had, in canvassing, we had pockets fulls of flash drives or USB drives. I don't recall if it was a disk at that time or if it was one of these USB drives.
And when that was provided to you, did you have an opportunity to review then what was on the flash drive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that flash drive a true and accurate copy of the documents of what you saw depicted
No weapons
in the video
found.
system when that flash drive was being created?
I'm going to object as a mischaracterization of prior testimony. This witness said he couldn't remember if it was a flash drive or a disk.
Rephrase your question.
Sure. Whatever document, whatever you brought back, either a flash drive or a disk, did you have an opportunity to review that?
The video from the Walmart that surrounded this purchase, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And when you looked at the flash drive or disk, did it? What, if anything, can you say about whether it accurately depicted what you had seen on the video screens as developed by Mr. Werchnig?
What I saw at Walmart with Mr. Werchnig and in reviewing said video matched up.
Okay. And so, and then after you found that that matched up, did you transport that back and provide it to the Kenosha Police Department in some fashion?
Yes.
And how did you do that? Did you give it to the detective? Did you put it in evidence? What do you recall about what you did, if you know?
In some combination or form, Detective Antaramian or Sergeant Antaramian, however you wish to refer to him. Between the two of us, we provided a copy for the rest of the investigative team and then put the original into evidence, be it a disc.
Judge, I asked for an opportunity to recall Detective Breitschaft after calling Mr. Werchnig. I want him to have an opportunity to observe the video when it's published and then to finally indicate, is this the same video that he provided? So it's at this point it's State's Exhibit 322.
State's Exhibit 1, number 322.
I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 1322. It's on our large flash drive that's located.
Recalling the first witness.
No objection.
No objection. Okay.
But I guess I would object to him being present during the other witness's testimony. I think he can review the document on his own.
So what I was proposing is when that suggestion to say whatever time I was going to have the other individual testify, and then I was going to have Breitschaft come in when I showed him.
So they're saying he wants to have Detective Breitschaft or the other detective come in during that video being shown.
Same. So I think he needs to be shown the video when he's under oath to be able to testify that it is the same.
Okay, do you want me to put it on the screen?
She's just making him dot his I's and cross his T's here. Not let him take any shortcuts. She's not winning the argument here. She's not winning the battle. It's just making them do everything the right way. All right. Are you guys being good in chat? I haven't been paying attention. Charlie Peterson, we do appreciate it.
Further questioning was going to be generally limited to his confirming that they're talking about the same video.
That's correct. So,
Yeah.
so what we have
So
is we have
that's okay.
Exhibit 1322.
That's okay.
Okay, so can we just show it now, or how do you wish to do it?
Well, I didn't think she was in agreement with that, but if that's what was provided, yeah, I would say yes.
Okay.
It's going to require the further sponsorship of the provider.
Right. Who's in the hall?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But you can go ahead and play it now.
Okay. So, Detective, we're going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, number 322, and it has a
We need
number
to see
of
this
clips.
too.
So we're going to show you the clips.
This should be the
We're gonna ask
arrival
you,
parking
do you
lot
recognize
in the
this
store,
document
check out, and then leave.
as the true and accurate document that you saw generated at the Saukville Walmart, and that you then proceeded back to put it down.
Starting with clip 2. Which clip?
Starting with clip 2.
Okay, here we go. Oh, good. It's a great high-resolution video.
Can you stop it for a second? Can we get it so that the rest of it is...
It's called full
as
screen.
full a picture as we can?
Okay, I'm going to take me off the picture. Well,
That's full screen? Okay.
Weird.
you can drag this sidebar over, shrink it down. Okay, so we're looking for a minivan here. Looks like it's raining. Yeah, there's... Oh, no, that's not it. There we are. The far side. Way out there at the end. In the rain. Parks all the way out there.
Okay, so that's the conclusion of clip 2.
Okay, so that's it. We don't get to see him walk into the store.
I just ask that after a clip's shown that a question be asked about the witness before we just play consistent videos.
So as to clips 2 and 3, are those true and accurate copies of what you saw generated by Saukville Walmart employee and what you then
Did I miss him walking in?
back?
I was reading chat.
Yes. Okay. Now I'm going to show clip 4, ask you the same questions.
No man bun. Let's see. I missed him walking through the door. Ooh, there's the murder aisle. He's got his murder cart. I think there's a man bun there. Let's see, there's a sale on murder stuff. Leaves the cart at the end of the aisle. Comes a helpful employee, might steal his cart. No, she leaves it. Okay. This gentleman is lost, looking for his spouse, still shopping. It's like, hey, can you help me? I'm also looking for murder cleanup stuff. It's like, oh, it's down this aisle, right down here. How'd you do it? Apparently this is a popular aisle. I never knew that so many crimes were being committed at the same time. Ooh, did you see that drive-by? She like reached out, just about grabbed something. Just was going to snag something off the $3.97 sale table. I think I got all he needed. Oop, another awkward pass of the same guy. Goes back down the same aisle. It's looking. It's like, oh, where is it? Where is it? Don't want to grab everything with people watching. Looking around. Does anybody see me? No, no, no. Let's grab some shampoo. Make it look like I'm just washing my hair. Why is this so funny? It's not funny. We're just trying to narrate something that has no audio. So that is him there. It looks like he's got like the that jacket with the liner, the white liner. Where he's got a jacket with white liner, so it's like a V type thing. I do like gherkins. I'm a big fan of most pickles. He came in the minivan. Pretty sure that was a minivan. The profile of the vehicle was pretty tall. Oh, he's no plaid jacket. He's got like a white line, like a fur lined jacket or coat. Is he seriously wearing flip-flops? I think the state's insinuating that, yes, he's already committed the crime at this point. At least one of them. Hey Charlie, I hear you, man. Dial it back just a little bit. Let's keep it nice in here. Hannah, thank you. Appreciate it. It's a crime to leave your cart sitting like that, just blocking the path. It's both blocking the big lane going down the center of the store as well as the aisle, which he probably should get charged with. I'm not sure if it's too late to add to the charges, but we should probably include that. No spicy maple bourbon pickles. He's 3 aisles down from his cart. There's got to be more cameras than this. Look up in any Walmart. Just look up and count how many cameras you can see from that position. He's got to be on like 16 different cameras right now. We should have like every angle of him making his decision, choosing the product, everything. We should have like a full video production. Oh, those are the trash bags. Okay, so he's got that. Is he really in flip-flops? Tinted bubbles.
An accurate copy of what you were provided by the Saukville Walmart on May 21st, 2020.
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
Tinted bubbles don't all have cameras. I've been hoodwinked. I've been fooled. Okay. I'm watching specifically for his feet. Not that I'm interested, but you guys keep saying flip-flops, and if he is, that is also a crime. Goodness. You're right. Okay, I'm ready to put the poll up now on guilty, not guilty.
That's the end of clip 5. Again, is that a true and accurate copy of what you received from Saukville Walmart 5/21/2020?
Yes, sir.
I think we get better and better resolution as we get towards the checkout stand. Headed to the toys aisle. Because who can resist?
That's the conclusion of clip 6. Is that a true and accurate copy of what you were provided by Saukville 5/21/2020?
Yes.
This is clip 7.
This is after the. Okay, here's the high resolution down view, bird's eye view. Every cash register has a. Okay, those are Q-tips, bulk pack. Well, this is not scanning very well. What would this be? Not sure. Also not sure. Let's go ahead and get a new bag, even though that one was not full. Those appear to be possibly the wipes. Those are the trash bags. And more trash bags. Was that Dinty Moore stew? I have no idea what that was. This is, I think he might have exceeded his murder kit and got some distraction items as well. Trying to fit everything in 2 bags now that the first one is, or the second one's much fuller. Okay. Those are some Clorox wipes for sure. 2 bags full now. I think we got everything in there. Is he going to leave his shopping cart and just walk out with the bags? That might be the telltale sign. Okay, not just cash. He's paying with coins too. He has like exact change. Coins go in, more coins. Digs in his pocket. Flip-flops are on full display. Okay. Fishing around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put the other way around. There we go. The corner was a little crooked. Let's straighten that out. Little OCD. That's helpful if you're going to clean up a crime scene as well. 2 bills go in. 3 bills go in. Probably 10s, I'm guessing. So he scrolls through. He's got wads of cash. This guy's flush. 4 bills go in. Might have dropped something there. Takes a fat stack of cash with a rubber band, puts it back in his pocket, takes the receipt. That goes in the left-hand pocket. Okay, checks everything, grabs the 2 bags. Look at his cart. Says, I'll check for change one more time. Nope, got it all. Does take the cart, just as cover. And he's done. Man.
As to clip 7, same question I've asked on each of the other clips.
Yes.
This is clip 8.
Okay, this is our man bun view right here. The profile as he walks by, it takes the cart. Just sort of ditches it right there. No man bun. Definitely no man bun.
That's the end of clip 8, same question.
Oh. I can sense he's looking for a place to ditch the cart. He's looking for a place to just dump it and get out of there. And boom, he makes his move right there. Just leaves it right there in the entryway. Hood up, and out the door he goes. Whew.
That's the end of 9, same question.
we survived the silent video.
10.
And now he's headed back out to the long walk, the walk of shame, after not returning your shopping cart. He's doing the walk of shame out the parking lot. Nobody likes a wet cart, but he just left it in the entrance, and nobody also likes to use somebody's freshly used cart. You want to use a cart that has been, at this point, sterilized, okay, because that was a thing. Sterilized, at least wipe down the handle. You don't want to just grab someone's cart that somebody just let go of, right? Lucky just came in with 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to the following: Johnny Law, Kathy
That's the end of clip 10. Again,
Bilodeau, Smoky Mountain
an
Lady.
accurate depiction of what you saw generated on May 21st, 2020.
Yes.
Laura K, Mississippi Raptors and Reptiles.
Clip 11.
Amy, Tom J, David Woolworth, JM, and Tom J, Tom R33 as well. Congratulations to you. All gifted memberships courtesy of Lucky. Thank you so much, Lucky, for your generous donation, and congratulations to those who are new members. Walking in the rain, in his flip-flops, out to the car. No windshield wiper on this camera, which would have been beneficial at this point. Some security cameras actually do have windshield wipers. And he's off. He drives straight through. No backing up needed. And fails to stop and just pulls right out onto the road. So there's another crime right at the very end. Tell you, congrats to all the winners. Appreciate that. The murder van was way out in the background. It was very hard to see. But he's now leaving that other intersection. He's headed out. There's a drop of rain going right where his car is. This actually does bring up a pet peeve of mine. I think we've got more cameras. Why when in our banking institutions,
11, again, same question,
where we secure all our savings and put all of our money, our hard-earned cash, why do we allow them to use crappy security cameras so that when people come in to rob the bank, we get like a grainy image that looks like, video that was shot on the moon. Can't they spring for some 4K, just a nice little camera, so we can actually see who it is and catch them?
So that's the end of 12.
It should be a law.
Is that
if I'm going to deposit money in a bank, they need to have high definition security
by
cameras.
the Saukville Walmart employee and also that you brought back to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
So as to Exhibit 1, number 322, do you believe that to be a true and accurate depiction of the information and document, in terms of video document, that you received from Saukville Walmart on May 21st, 2020?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move admission again, subject to the foundation of the Walmart employee.
Objection? No objection on the conditional admittance.
So we have one more.
Is there
Walmart
a date and
employee.
time stamp on this video? Can you make out what the date and time is of this final video?
Yes.
Don't get me started.
So it was clip 12, I believe. It's May 18th, 2020 at about 8:38 in the morning, Central Standard Time.
So saying this was done before or after he did the murder. I don't know. That's the timestamp. We'll have to see what they say the murder time was. I do not remember.
Thank you. Thank you.
No cross for this witness. Nothing. Next Walmart employee. Let's see if we have lunch first or go straight to Walmart. Judge just got a text. I realize the storage is an issue for high definition video. I work with that. I work with 4K video a lot, and storage is at a premium. But compression algorithms are fantastic, and the new H.265 is a great way to compress video. And storage is not that expensive, considering what you're using it for, considering the benefit that you get from it. I think they should be able to spring for that.
Peter Werchnig did the stand.
Peter. If he shows up with his Walmart jacket, that would be the best.
Given this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
No field trip to
Spell your
Walmart.
last name for the record.
Peter Werchnig, Wertschnig.
Mr. Werchnig, how are you currently employed?
I am a manager at Walmart Hartford.
And back in the time period of May 21st, 2020, how were you employed?
I was a manager at the Walmart in Saukville.
That's in Wisconsin?
Correct.
And on May 21st, 2020, did you have Kenosha Police Department detectives come to you with a item history document from the Walmart Corporation?
Yes.
And was that a document you're familiar with in your employment?
Yes, it was.
All right. And was there a request that you attempt to figure out whether you had video surveillance based on the information on that item history document?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 256. Is this a document that you reviewed in the context of this case?
Tag says, things I've learned today.
Yes.
Bring wet wipes to Walmart because someone that just committed murder could have touched my cart pan.
What were you able to learn from it that was going to assist you in being able to look at any video surveillance you would have available?
The copy of the receipt actually has a transaction number, a register number, and a timestamp for where the purchase took place. So I was able to use that to backtrack through the store.
So describe a little bit for the jury how this works. So you have a date and a time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said there was an additional item that meant something to you, and what was that, the transaction?
Transaction number.
Okay. And what does the transaction number tell you? So I assume you have video of a whole store at a date and time, right? So how does the transaction number then assist you?
The transaction number will dial in the exact time that purchase took place at that register.
So it'll tell you what register? And what time?
Correct. So that'll pop up automatically in the system.
Okay. So what was the date and time that you were focused on based on Exhibit 256?
It was May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.
Okay. And based on the transaction number then, you were able to narrow down which register it was at?
Correct.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about the system that you're utilizing to be able to use the information you talked about and figure out the video. So describe what kind of system you're utilizing.
Sure. The camera system allows us to sync the multiple different cameras in the store to the same time.
I like this guy already.
So we can use that to move from camera to camera and show the individual moving from one frame into the next frame.
And in this situation, you're being asked to take a look at something that happened a little more than 3 days before, correct?
Correct.
All right. Is that any problem in terms of this system?
No.
And mechanically, what are we looking at? Is this a laptop that you're using, and is it a particular software that you're operating? So give us a description of mechanically what are you doing to access this system.
It actually was a desktop CPU unit with a TV monitor.
Okay. And is this a particular system that you have experience with taking a receipt or a item transaction number and then having to work back and figure out the video? Is this something you've had to do before?
Yes, we use this system for various different managerial items in the store.
So give us an example of, other than detectives coming to visit you, so what would be the very typical way you might use this system? You have a transaction number, a receipt, and you are needing to look at video. What would be an example?
Correct. A lot of other time too, it could be for any internal investigations with associate dishonesty, associate incident or accidents, productivity.
Okay. So would you describe yourself as moderately familiar with this system or very familiar with this system back on May 21st, 2020?
Moderately.
Okay. And did you then, were you able to plug the numbers in that you had and be able to get a result?
Yes.
Okay. Did the system that you operated do anything that caused you to believe it was not in working order? Any glitches, any problems that you remember?
No.
And using that system then, were you able to identify a particular at the register transaction that matched this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And then from there, the jury has now seen video. Looks like it has parking lot aspects, it has entry and exit, and it has walking around in the aisles. Were you the person who generated all those camera angles as well?
Yes.
So how did you do that?
As I mentioned previously, we can sync all the different cameras together. So when someone is in camera A, for example, we can see them walk into the frame of camera B, and we use that to try to track throughout the store.
And the particular software and machinery just does that for you? You don't have to go around and look for the
I object to leading.
It was leading.
Well, it is suggestive, but he's talking to the person who actually is familiar with the operation of the equipment, and I suspect that the witness is unlikely to grasp at a suggestion from Mr. Gravely, whom I assume is not terribly familiar with the system at Walmart. So overall.
So my question was, does the system cause you to have to look around for a particular individual in each aisle, or does it automatically provide you documents that matches the person?
I have to pull up that camera that was used.
Okay. So this is a hit or miss where you're looking at different aisles to see if you see an individual you believe is the same individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And using the transaction at the register, were you able to bring your video record all the way back to a vehicle in the parking lot?
Yes.
And then using this transaction at the register, were you able to then bring the video all the way out to a person going to a vehicle and then that vehicle leaving at an intersection?
Yes.
And did you have any trouble doing that in terms of utilizing the software or finding the individual who appeared to be at the register?
I did not.
Did you then generate some kind of a physical record of that? Other than keeping it in your system, did you in some way caused that to be provided to the Kenosha Police Department?
Correct. It was downloaded into a CD form.
Okay. And was that item then provided to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And when you did that, were you providing them a true and accurate copy of the document that you had just generated?
Yes.
Were there any changes or alterations from what you were providing them from what you had reviewed with them in the video system while you were present?
There were not.
So this is a solid foundation. I don't think the defenses have a chance at stopping this from coming in based on how well they've introduced it.
Now, I'd ask for the admission of Exhibit 1322 based on that foundational testimony.
No objection.
Yeah. No, they can't. They don't even have room to object. It was very well done. Good job, prosecution, on that one, especially finding these guys in short notice. They just found out on Friday they had to dig these people up. So, or Thursday. When was it? Let's see if we get a video here. I want to see an overlay, like as he scans it, like on the screen. Cha-ching! I want to see the receipt add up. There was no non-frivolous reason to object. Great analysis as always. Thank you, Matthew. You've taught me well.
That is the actual or a copy of the actual document you were provided to provide this information?
Yes.
And that confirms that this transaction was in Saukville?
Correct.
And is this document a document that provides other information other than the date and time of the transaction and the store?
Yes.
What other information is included in a document of this type?
It has the items that were purchased, which we were able to use to determine what cameras to look up.
Oh, so that's part of how you knew where to look?
Correct.
Okay. And so why is that? Are you familiar with where items are in what aisle?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So what items were purchased per this transaction on May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.?
There were a few items in the health and beauty department, Q-tips, Old Spice, and a shaver.
Okay.
There was also garbage bags.
How many boxes of garbage bags?
Two boxes of garbage bags.
And what do you know? Could you tell what size they were?
13 gallon.
Okay.
There was some Playtex gloves.
How many containers or how many of those boxes?
2 packages of large gloves.
Okay.
2 packs of gloves?
There was three containers of sardines.
Okay.
And there was 2 containers of Clorox wipes.
The sardines were a cover?
And can you tell how those items were paid for, again, just based on 256?
Cash.
Yeah, he leveled up over the weekend for sure. He's doing a much better job here. Even judge is siding with him over objections. So.
Only if you know. Do you know when the store, this particular Walmart store in Saukville, was opening for the day back on May 18th of 2020? So we've just hit COVID. Do you know what the store hours were during that period?
I believe 6 a.m.
Welcome. Is it Ms. Nashville or the M's Nashville? I don't want to get it wrong, but welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate you supporting the channel that way. Glad you're here. Let's hear what the cross is here.
Yes, thank you. You had stated that the normal hours during COVID, open hours was what? Sorry, I missed it.
I believe it was 6 a.m.
Was that different than your normal hours?
The store used to be a 24-hour location prior to COVID.
Okay, so when approximately, so in May 21st, 2020, or May 18th of 2020, your hours were different than what your normal hours would have been?
Correct.
And then as far as items with your store, were you familiar about any policies that were in place that restricted the amount of certain items customers could purchase?
Not at that time.
Not at that time? Okay. And during that time, though, did you, as a manager, notice that there was an increase in demand for certain items?
I believe there was, yes.
Do you remember what some of those items were?
Most likely disinfectants and cleaning supplies.
Okay.
That's what you wanted right there.
I have no further questions.
Nothing on those.
You may step down, sir.
All right. Walmart made a good showing. I think that was a brand new shirt, honestly. He looked good there. Did a great job. I think both Walmart managers.
How about lunch? Let's take a break until 1:10.
Okay, 1:10. That means we come back 15 minutes before that.
Please don't read, watch, or listen.
Before you guys go, don't go anywhere yet. I've got something for you.
Don't discuss it with anyone, including members of your household and other jurors. And any questions?
Pauses mid-direction to the jury to check his phone message that he just got.
We'll see you in a little over an hour.
Walmart proud. I'm not a huge fan of Walmart, but they do produce spicy maple bourbon pickles. Or at least they sell them, even if they don't produce them, and I'm a big fan of those. So, Walmart, if you're listening, please sponsor the show. Send me free pickles. Spicy maple bourbon pickles. That's the ones I want. As the jury's filing out, I don't think we'll have much to discuss here with the counsel outside of the presence of the jury. I do want to say a couple things. First of all, I've apparently we may have a chance to connect with Brandy one more time this afternoon. We talked with her a little bit this morning. A few of you scolded me for a couple things I neglected to ask her about, and especially you neglected to ask her to show her cute puppy. She has a Yorkie. So she's agreed to possibly do that after lunch. So if you'd like to see the Yorkie, see Brandy's Yorkie, please go hit the subscribe button on my channel. But also in the description of this video, there's a link to her channel. Brandy is so close. She's like 110 subscribers away from hitting 1,000. I would love it if our group could help her get to 1,000 on her YouTube channel. She does a fantastic job analyzing trials and putting things together in a spreadsheet format and just a chronological order that makes sense. For those of you that struggled with the information during Alex Murdaugh trial, as we all did, she's one of the ones that just put the pieces together. That was wonderful. We also had Amber here in chat, one of our great mods who worked on that for us as well. Grateful for both of them for what they do. Please go ahead and show a little love to her. Look at the description in this video and click her link. Go over there, subscribe to her channel. I promise you won't regret it. I don't make many recommendations on this channel, but the things I do recommend, I honestly believe in, and I think her channel is one you'll love. If you like true crime and you're here for that, I think you'll love the content she produces. And there's a good chance we get to talk to her right after lunch. So that's good. As far as what we heard today, I was surprised. First of all, I thought the cross of Sadie was going to be a little more spicy and that the defense would push the line a little further than they did. Granted, they did. A lot of you got frustrated with the way they treated her this morning, but I think they stopped short of where they could have gone. And by could have, I mean what the judge would have allowed. And maybe that was a tactical decision on their part. But that was interesting. The prosecution as well did everything they needed to get this evidence in, the video evidence of the shopping trip, the murder kit shopping trip. We were skeptical that they would be able to find the Walmart employees and get everything in. And not only did they find them, but the witnesses themselves did a great job. Basically left the defense nothing to complain about. And the evidence has all been authenticated and brought in. So COVID bulk buying, fantastic defense theory. That seems to be where they're headed right now. That's about all they can get out of that. We do get a treat. That would be awesome. Let's see. Let's see if we have any questions before we break for lunch. I'm totally screwed if someone pulls me over. I've got an entire toolkit just to do about anything roadside. Toe straps, gloves, medic kit, blankets, lanterns, duct tape, lighters. I mean, yeah. You need to add bleach to it, and you might as well just be turn yourself into the police department now, Amber. Brandy's a great storyteller. Check her out. Highly recommend. Even better, I ran to all my RA friends in the comments section. It's wonderful. Appreciate you guys doing that. Am I on guilty? Backwoods Nation, you're asking about a poll. I have not officially. I joke a little bit when we watch the Walmart video about the murder comments. I'm still up in the air. I really want to hear what the defense has to say about some of the key bits of evidence that I think are the most problematic for Zach in his defense. The blood is one of them. But I've heard things that I would say right now I still have some reasonable doubt, or possibly I need to think through to see if I have reasonable doubt. So I'm not ready to make up my mind on guilt or innocence right now. But let's see, it's a bad link. What's a bad link? Does my link to her page is bad? Hang on one second. Let me fix it. I apologize if that's a bad link. We'll get this fixed. Hold tight. Appreciate you telling me that. Of course, the B button doesn't work on my computer. That makes it a little harder to find her page. There we go. Okay. Okay, save. Okay, I tried to fix it. It might update. Thank you very much for letting me know, Ed. Well, big influx of subs over on my channel in the last 10 minutes. Thank you all for the much support and love. Thank you, Recovery Addict, for creating such a great community here. Wonderful. Matthew Harris, one of our legal experts, our local lawyer here in chat, out of Texas, just has a YouTube channel as well that we seriously enjoy and love. If you like some witty but informative legal videos, and some of them are short, some of them are a little bit longer, highly recommend his channel as well. So thank you. Wonderful to see you guys supporting him as well. David Bell says, thank you for all your hard work, RA. You have the most amazing American accent. Thank you. I can try to fake other accents, but it's awful. I do such a poor job mimicking people. I'm not good at that. Okay, Clorox wipes all around the house and my car. I'm a well-stocked person. I hate to run out of things, especially cleaning products. I'm sure hope that nobody ever has to check that. All right, undecided as well. Wonderful. Okay, thank you, Marisa, for subscribing to Brandi Churchwell. Love that. I'd love to see her hit 1,000 today. And we'll see if we can catch up with her after lunch. So they're coming back in an hour, which means we're coming back in 45 minutes. And hopefully we'll have a few minutes with Brandy there before court starts again. In the meantime, I'm going to have another slice of pie. It is 3.14. It is Pie Day, March 14th. So I encourage all of you, if you have not, be thinking about what pie you're going to consume today. It helps the economy. It helps you, and the calories don't count on Pie Day. So highly recommend it. We had a winner that cheesecake was the pie of the day, according to our unofficial, unscientific poll. Went through, I think, 4 rounds of voting, and cheesecake came out on top. So may I recommend that. RA's note to self, fix the B button. I don't know where to start to fix the B button. I have all Apple devices, but I do not open them up. I do a good Elvis. I'll try to do an Elvis. Sub number 900. Thank you, Summer. Appreciate that. She's going to love that. Does chicken pot pie count? Any pie counts. Even pizza pie is good today. So chicken pot pie, mince meat pie, you name it. It's good. Okay, that's all we've got. Let me get to the right page for my sounds. There we go. James Peacock comes in right at the end with a super chat with a bravo. Thank you so much, James.
Just sent a super sticker with 4.99.
Appreciate your support. I appreciate all those who have been gifted memberships. We've had a lot of new people in chat, and gifting memberships to them has been a wonderful welcome for them and a great support for me. So thank you very much for all of that. You guys are amazing. This is the best place to watch true crime. Tonight, when you go home, just say, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We've got about 45 minutes. Go get yourself some lunch, have a slice of pie to top it off. We'll be back for part 2 of this trial, which is going to have more spicy action. It's going to be great. Thanks, guys. We'll see you on the flip side.